everyone. Welcome to Phonogenics 101. My name is Jeremy Gloff. I'm your host. And tonight we are going to talk about Joni Mitchell's legendary album, The Hissing of Summer Lawns. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to my channel. If you want to support what I do, go to Patreon. It's very much appreciated. And we've had some very robust discussions. That's my word of the week that I've been using everywhere. So I feel that tonight will be no different. So here's the album. The Hissing of Summer Lawns. I do have the song book. I always collected all the Joni song books. We have a vinyl there.
Open it.
Yeah.
Other side.
Oh, okay.
Oh
no, you're talking about the house. That's her. This hand is on Joni's house.
Oh, no. Gotta fix that.
That's the Bel Air house too, so she was very proud of it. She had just moved in the year before, or that year.
Is one of these the Saskatoon house?
I think so. I think you're right. I think it is. I
was wondering
look for
about
the one
that.
with the picture window. Yeah, that's the one it would be because her house had a picture window. Does any of them have picture windows? I don't have the cover in front of me.
Oh, I always love how the church is over here on the side of the steep hill.
I know.
Lane.
About to fall. All right, so Joni Mitchell had just come up off a string of legendary albums that got more and more chart play, culminating with Court and Spark, which had her biggest hit, Help Me. So she was at the top of her game commercially and artistically, I'd say. I think Court and Spark was a high point. So I heard about Hissing of Summer Lawns before I heard it. And, you know, I read a lot about Joni Mitchell before I found her albums. And this was the weird album. This is the one that divided people. The critics went crazy. So I didn't know what to expect. You open up the album and there's a picture of her in a swimming pool. There's an essay about how it's a complete body of work. So she had an essay about the creative process. So I already knew I was kind of getting into something different here. And I guess I'll just go into like my first impressions of the album. Then we'll go around the circle and introduce everybody. But the first time I heard the album, you know, the first song is In France They Kiss on Main Street. I'm like, this isn't that weird. Like I feel like she pulled on Dog Eat Dog. She opened with Good Friends, which is pretty like normal before things get weird. So I think she did the same thing on Dog Eat Dog that she did on Hissing of Summer Lawns. And my second thought the first time I heard it is, damn, this album's really 70s. Like I think of the opening of like Mary Tyler Moore, how it has that grainy camera work. And then I think of like plaid couches. And the first time I heard Hissing of Summer Lawns is probably the flugelhorn. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I think the flugelhorn makes everything very 1975. But anyway, so those are my first impressions of Hissing the Summer Lawns.
Joni.
Yeah, and Chuck Mangione, yeah.
Let's go around the panel and have everyone introduce themselves. We'll start with David.
Okay, I'm David. So I guess when I first heard this, so I've been a fan. So by this time I was buying every album as soon as it came out. I was a little bit taken aback. You know, I had to work to enjoy it, but I was committed to Joni. I am a loyal fan, so I thought, you know, take me away, Joan. Now, when this is the album I recommend to people as an introduction to Joni. I think it's just one of her best. All the things that sound like, so what's she doing here? They seem like perfectly straightforward now. I don't know if that's just because I've listened to it so many times, but I find it really accessible, really lyrical, and the lyrics are fucking amazing. And her voice is perfect as far as I'm concerned. And there's not a bad tune on the whole thing. That's a fabulous album. It's really way, way up there in my faves.
All right, Bob.
Hey, it's Bob, also known as the covers guy, the SC Joni guy. So when this album came out, I didn't buy it the day it came out, but I heard In France They Kiss on Main Street on the radio. I was working at a sporting goods store, I was in high school and working at a sporting goods store, and heard it on the radio. And the DJ says, yeah, this is from Joni's new record, The Hissing of Summer Lawns. We were on a trip up to Maryland to buy a bunch of head ski wear for apparently we got a bunch of clothes, that stuff for cheap. We were in this big station wagon to buy all this sportswear. Anyway, got back to Raleigh, went to Record Bar the next day, picked up the album, and I'm 19 years old, and this is a really complex record. I was into jazz somewhat because I was a big Crusaders fan, and of course, she has all the Crusaders on this record, like she did on Court and Spark. So I loved it sonically. The way it sounded, I thought was brilliant. I, of course, like everyone else, what the hell is Jungle Line? I didn't know what that was all about. But the rest of the songs, they were really beautiful. What they all meant, I had no idea. But I could enjoy the album sonically and realize that, as I continue to study it and mature and have life experiences, I would better understand it, which is, of course, the case now that I'm 63.
Awesome. All right, Mark.
I am Mark. I was Mark in Seattle for many years on the JMDL. I, like David, had become a committed Joni Mitchell fan by the time I bought this record, and I guess I had developed this trust that there was always going to be something worthwhile in a Joni Mitchell record, even if you couldn't hear it right away. And this one did take some work, and even many, many years later, I still learned different things about it, and from listening to it. Like David said, that the lyrics are just amazing. I think they're some of her best lyrics that she's ever written. And the whole concept, the artwork on the cover, the way it all fits together, I have come to think of it as maybe this might be, in my estimation, her peak. I don't know. It's the Hejira, Kissing a Summer Lawns, I don't know. But I have come to an appreciation of this record that is, I just think it's incredible.
All right, next we have Dave and Robin.
Thanks, Jeremy. Well, we are Dave and Robin. We are the leaders of Mutts of the Planet, which is a Joni Mitchell tribute band in San Diego, California. And so we're pretty intimately connected with all of these songs, and we've actually performed this album a couple of times with our band. I got this record for my 16th birthday. My mom got it for me for my birthday, which was cool. And so I must have already let her know that I was a fan. And for me, it really, I connected with it right away because it had all the stuff that I was interested in. It had, horns. It had nice chords. I was an English major, so it had incredible lyrics. And I didn't think the sound was great, but I didn't have a great playback system anyway, so I didn't even know back then. It sounded okay. It sounded boxy and a bit tinny, but that's kind of what cassettes sounded like. So I got used to it. But I just love it, and I think it's a very mature work. Obviously, Court and Spark was too, but everybody talks about Blue, but this is so much more of a mature piece of art, I think. And so was Hejira and Don Juan, but we'll talk about that in coming months. So yeah, I really think that this is an artist in her prime, and I've loved it since the week it came out. How about you, honey?
Oh, I absolutely love this album. Dave really was the one that introduced me to it. At the time, I was heavily into jazz and playing around in San Diego, and put together a little trio. Dave wasn't in it. We just kind of had met in the 80s. Anyway, and the trio was me on voice, upright bass, and drums. And Dave said, I think Jungle Line would be a good song for your little trio. And we were kind of doing experimental stuff. And so we did. That was a great suggestion, and we performed at little coffee houses and even at some jazz venues too. But and the poor drummer, he was playing these mallets, and you know it's relentless, this drumming, and he bless him, he had blisters on his fingers and everything from keeping that up. But it was so cool. I and everything that Dave said. I mean, just her voice, the maturity in the songs, and somebody posted something on JMDL. I'm not on Facebook, but you know that we get on in email, and Joni was being interviewed, and she said yes, it you know the critics were really going after it, and she said, you know, it wasn't a great album, and that really was disturbing to me that she maybe was influenced by these critics and kind of downplayed the album when it's just an incredible album, I think. I mean, it's definitely one of my favorites in his era. But anyway, that's.
I'm surprised to hear that. Was it a recent interview or an older one where she was?
I think it was an older one.
Okay.
Anybody else? Did anybody else read that? Somebody posted.
Yeah.
No, but I'm actually shocked that she might have even considered that, considering how sort of upset and angry she always was about the critical backlash against that record.
Mhm.
She defended it very fiercely. Why would she do that if she didn't believe in it, though? That's interesting. It's really interesting.
She you know, felt that way by whoever was criticizing it. Maybe she got so much criticism, but yeah, it's in, you know, the JMDL that we get on.
Mhm.
I'm looking for it.
Sue, did you read that?
Yeah, I did read that. It was actually somebody posted it the other day, I
Yeah.
think, too,
Yeah.
because I read it, and you know, I can't really remember exactly how she said it, but part of the context made me think that it was not so much that she thought it was bad. I don't know. I mean, she was being apologetic about it.
Wow.
You know, I mean, there were some things about the album that were pretty jarring. I mean, I know a lot of times they, you know, she would make fun of that one review where they said the Jungle Line sounded like a fart. You know. I think it might have been in Rolling Stone or something.
Yeah, it was Rolling Stone. It said the synthesizer sounded like a fart.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think she might have been embarrassed by those, you know, and was being apologetic. But you know, I mean, I think that was an off day. It might have been an off day for her. Like you said, she never really cared too much about what the critics said, you know. But I don't know. I mean, it was different. You know, there were certain aspects to the album that, you know, I mean, when I think about the time that I heard it, I was just so thrilled with it. But, you know, everybody in you know, I was 17, I was in high school, and, you know, everybody else was listening to Led Zeppelin. So, you know.
Well, we recorded
it was very different.
On our Safaris album, and a couple of our jazz friends, they didn't like it, and I just thought it was so interesting, and I love singing it, you know, because you just dig to it.
I love your version, Robin. I think it's great. Of Jungle Line, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, your singing
it's a great
is
song.
fierce, and the arrangement is fantastic.
It's progressive. It's wonderful.
It's really good.
Well,
Yeah.
sure invited having a good trumpet player. And so the first thing we did was get the best trumpet player around to play on it, and so that helped a lot. The interplay between the trumpet and the melody.
Right.
I think this was a transitional. Well, we haven't really got to. Well, maybe I'll save my thought till we get onto the song.
It's so funny. I have like 20 things. I'm trying to remember everything I want to say in my head because I'm so energized. But I will say I was laying in my bed the other day thinking like, how is there only 2 albums between Blue and this? Between Blue and Hissing and something like, damn, what a progression.
That's crazy.
Oh,
I was thinking the same thing, Jeremy. I mean, if you look at it, there's lots of artists who had incredible runs in the 70s. You know, I would say Elton John, Stevie Wonder, you know, even James Taylor. But if you look at where she started in 1970 with Ladies of the Canyon and where she ended with Mingus in 79,
Right.
I mean, nobody evolved like that.
Nobody.
Ever in history of music. Maybe the Beatles did. That's an amazing evolution in less than 1 decade.
Was David Bowie on your list? I feel like he'd be on the list.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I'm switching from internet to line. So if I jump off, I'll get it. Let's see if this works.
I'm going to give my little background on this.
Okay, Chris, you're next. Chris.
All right. I was exposed to this record audibly before visually, because in New York, WNEW, the album-oriented rock station here that everybody listened to, all the people of our age group generally listened to, had a preview of the record. And I believe this was the Friday night ahead of the Tuesday release. So it was big news for them that they were devoting, you know, for this Joni Mitchell record, following Court and Spark, which had been a massive hit and very, very popular. And the fact that they were giving. So I assembled my 3 best friends, and we all sat in a driveway next to some garden apartments in my father's Dodge Dart, and listened to the FM converter that I had set up in the car, in a, you know, mono, and listened to the entire record. Some of us were, you know, in the know, and some of us weren't. And there was this one girl who was she was the most acerbic non-believer. Nothing excited this girl. Anyway, the last strain of Shadows and Light plays. It fades out. There's complete silence, and just her little voice comes out of the back seat. Wow. There were no drugs involved because I just gotten my license, and there was no way I was screwing it up. So we were, you know, it was a great introduction to the record.
I love that story.
Sue brought up Led Zeppelin. Now, a few months later, I was, you know, back at high school, and, you know, of course, talking about the record all the time. And there was this one girl that I knew at high school, and her family invested a lot in their audio system. And they had, if you remember the big Klipschorn speakers, they used to sit in the corner, and they were about as tall as I am. I mean, they were enormous pieces of furniture, but they sounded terrific. And she would blast Led Zeppelin all the time. Well, the one song that absolutely caught her ear, and this is before the whole Led Zeppelin, Joni Mitchell connection ever really, you know, sort of, you know, became more obvious and talked about. She latched on to Harry's House Centerpiece in the strongest way. It really spoke to her. So I don't really quite understand what the story is for that but that was my introduction to this record. It followed Court and Spark. I believe she was hell-bent on protecting the turf she'd clawed her way to. And that's why when Robin just mentioned that she had sort of like backpedaled on the record, I was like, what? Really? Because I think she held a lot of hopes in this record, to the point where she was even, and we'll get to this, calling out people in the marketing business and the promotions business of record making. And she was taking no prisoners on it. So I'm really surprised about this. I think there was a capitulation that followed it to some extent. And I don't know if it was all personal, but I think she had a lot riding on this record, and she wanted to make it as great as possible.
Right.
I think those liner notes say it. I mean, she really felt strongly that this was a great record.
A complete body of work, right? Or whatever she says. All right, we have one more introduction. I know you said a little bit, but let's officially introduce you. Our performer, Sue.
Hi. I have to apologize. It's getting dark here and my power's out. And plus my phone is like only got like a little bit of juice left in it.
Oh no.
Yeah, so if for some reason I disappear, that's because my phone died, and I'm gonna have to wait until the lights come on to come back. So
You have a brick
Yeah.
or anything you could use to have on standby?
a brick?
You know, one of those little, plug it
Charger,
in.
cordless charger.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have a cordless charger, no.
A car charger, maybe?
Oh, I could sit in my car. That's
We don't
right.
want to lose you. We don't want to lose you. Sue.
Oh, okay. That's a really good
You know what?
idea.
I'm not-
Okay.
if
So,
you have to take shelter, go where you need to. But
yeah,
when your house
I
lands,
think
please take out a witch.
well, I have a full tank of gas, so that's a good idea. I'll sit in my car. Anyway, so so I love this album. This album is amazing. It's I was listening to it over the last couple days, and it's just so complete. I really think that all the songs have this incredible character, like a movie. I think that she even said that, this was more of a character-based type of songwriting that she was doing. And, it's like, talking about her young days in the first song. And, then, Jungle Line almost always sounds like a disco to me, like she's describing a disco, but also, talking about, just, all the jungle influences, that come out of the nightlife, and then all the other album, Edith is just like mind blowing. And I have to say that because I concentrate on the guitar, since I've transcribed a lot of songs, for the database, the JoniMitchell.com database, the production to this album kind of masked some of her guitar playing, but then I was able to get from other people and from trying to figure out the songs myself how to play the songs. And I always gain an incredible amount of respect for Joni once I start to learn the songs, because the music in this, and her guitar playing, in this song, there's some piano songs, but also, when I played In France They Kiss on Main Street for the first time, that was not my favorite song on the album for a long time. But to get inside of it and play it and hear the story and everything, I got a new appreciation for that song. And another influence that I hear in the album is just all the big band stuff. Like we talked about that a little bit with the last album of I'm trying to think now with
Andrews Sisters.
The Andrews Sisters, that type of stuff. And also just the harmonies on like Edith and the Kingpin, I think is a perfect song. I mean, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
And so the whole album has this incredible orchestrated incredible music in each song, capsulized in each song, and we talked about Court and Spark. Court and Spark was amazing too, but for some reason this album, even when I was just 17, I knew it was at a different level even than Court and Spark, and that's probably why it got a lot of criticism in a way, because it was just very different and it was very sophisticated. And I mean, rock and roll is rock and roll. Like even like the first song was a rock and roll song, but she brings so much, and the studio musicians on this album, like that Joe Sample piano in Centerpiece just kills me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't that who played that piano?
Yep.
Who was?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so incredible. It's like you're placing a blues jazz player on in the middle of a Joni Mitchell song, and it's just like, oh my God, it's so perfect,
I can't even play air piano to do
So I could go on and on, but I'm just saying that I really, really love this album, and I loved it as soon as I heard it when I was 17, and tried to convince all my friends to buy it, but they like Led Zeppelin. So what are you going to do? You know? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign off and I'm going to go in my car and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds
I'll
good.
see you in a couple
We'll
of
see you in a
minutes.
minute.
All right. Mm-hmm.
So before this became a podcast, before COVID struck, my Phonogenics group used to be me and some friends in Tampa, and we'd meet once a month at the salon, the Disco Doll salon. And each of us would pick a record, and we'd talk about it in person. So I actually did. This is my second Hissing a Summer Lawns podcast, because this is the album I made all my friends listen to, and they weren't Joni Mitchell fans, and they were really surprised and loved the album. Everyone that listened to the album, because they think of Joni Mitchell like we all know. The girl, the hippie with the guitar, and we're like, oh no, let us teach you. So I taught them. I just remember sitting there like I almost started crying because I felt so passionate about this album, and I still do. As I said, the first listen I was surprised by different aspects, but of course after a couple listens, like there's no arguing that's just a brilliant piece of work. So I guess let's do what we always do and start off with the album cover. So for those that were already existing Joni fans when this came out, what did you think when you walked into the record store and you saw, where'd it go? When you saw this?
It was intriguing.
Hey, New York.
It's fabulous. It's just, wow.
I don't remember what my reaction was.
Isn't the story she looked at a National Geographic and there was a picture that inspired the...
Yes.
That big python being carried, that's from National Geographic. And I don't know if we were recording.
And the photograph looks exactly like it. She's done a brilliant job at conveying what the photograph is. I mean, the figures are just perfectly rendered.
Yeah.
And there's a Brazilian photographer who was taking photos of this Amazonian tribe. Took several pictures. This was one of them, and he didn't think that the tribe was going to survive because they were building a highway through their land. So this was a way to record where their tribal habits and things. So this picture just made its way to her eyes and struck her, and she did the sketch.
Is it pretty easy to find online if I wanted to look for the original picture?
I'm sure so, yeah.
It's interesting that the iconography of the cover is basically the jungle line with, the snake and the tribesmen set against the urban landscape. And so I think the jungle line must have been a very important song for her because it depicted this collision of civilization. Mm-hmm.
Well, the snake is also like kind of a double entendre.
I think we're going to be spending a lot of time on that song because there's so many layers on that onion.
But just think about what a journey to have come from the self-analysis, blue for the roses kind of thing, where it's all about my vulnerability and my love and my loss and my failings and my weaknesses, and all of a sudden it's about civilizations kind of interacting between the ancient and the modern, between the black and the white, between jazz entering mainstream America finally, or black music rather entering white culture, which obviously happened earlier in the century, but by the 70s it was pretty much fully recognized. And all of these things are contained in that one song.
Yep.
And so this is such a different viewpoint or the thing, subject matter for her songs than her own consciousness. And I just love that because I love the fact that she was writing vignettes about the lady in the Paris dress and, kind of looking outward and observing people with incredible detail that would catch the little lace along the seams. So she suddenly became a world observer. Maybe she had always been, but her subject matter changed from being her own sadnesses and sorrows to being much more of a world viewer. And I think that's probably why it feels like a mature work.
And also must be of note that if you have the album, the gentleman holding the snake are embossed, right? It pops out of the album cover,
Right.
which is super cool. And then, you know, you have the green and silver, but this house is blue, and then the pool is blue in the back, right? Those are the only things that.
Yeah.
So see the blue pools and the squinting sun.
And I love that her Bel Air house is just off to the side. You know, I'm not really part of this. You know, I'm over here. That's just great.
I'm over here just watching, being a sociologist.
That embossing too is kind of, she was given carte blanche basically for the production of this thing. I mean, that is extra money to have that done, and Geffen was giving it to her.
Now the album did chart high, didn't it? Wasn't it commercially at first a high charting album because it was coming off her biggest commercial success? So if you just look at the chart,
platinum, didn't it?
It peaked at number 4 on Billboard's Top 200.
because it's interesting because historically some people want to make it sound like it was this big flop commercially, and it wasn't at all. It was a top 10 album. Let's talk
most
about
of the time when you're coming off a big hit like she had with Courtney Spark, whatever you come up with next, people will jump on it before they even hear it. You know, and of course back then you couldn't stream stuff; you had to just go on faith. Unless you were lucky enough, like Chris, to hear an early preview of it, you just would go on faith. Oh, Courtney Spark was one of my favorite albums, so wherever she does next, I'm in. And sometimes you get a history of Summer Lawns.
A whole lot of Around the World in a Day because on Purple Rain. Oh, absolutely.
Right. Great analogy. Not to mention she released the live album Miles of Isles, which was also a big hit. So she was coming off 2 albums that charted well. Let's talk about the inner. So you open up the gatefold, and there you have Joni Mitchell just doing the backstroke in her swimming pool in a bikini, which at the time didn't she take a lot of heat for that and was called a narcissist? I like the picture. I'm like, Joni, hang out in your swimming pool.
Doesn't
the 16-year-old me definitely appreciated it.
I think it conveys a sense of comfort with herself. I mean, she's just looking like she's chilling.
Yeah.
And you haven't had that for years from her.
Yeah.
Not to mention like the suburbia angle that she kind of talks about in the album.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like so many of her albums have this dichotomy, right? So you have the outside of the record, which are these natives in the Amazonian jungle of Brazil carrying a snake, which they've caught and they were going to make food out of. And then you open the inside up and you have her in her Bel Air home in a swimming pool. So, I mean, you definitely have this dichotomy thing, which she returns to, of course, as we all know, again and again and again. You know, she started with it. She stayed with it. She's, will always do that as a theme.
I think it's perfect. Like,
oh, sure.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, and just to quote just a little bit of this note from the jacket says, this record is a total work conceived graphically, musically, lyrically, and accidentally as a whole. The performances were guided by the given compositions and structures and the audibly inspired beauty of every player. The whole unfolded like a mystery. It is not my intention to unravel that mystery for anyone.
Well, that's as close to a definition of gestalt as she ever got, although I don't know how you accidentally plan anything.
It was conceived.
You conceive
it. All right. So any thoughts on the cover before we move into the music? Even the title. Like when I heard about this album, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, it was just intriguing. It's because you had like For the Roses, Court and Spark, Blue. Even the title sets it apart from what's happened before it.
Didn't one critic say it was the worst title for an album?
Yeah, worst title of the year.
Yeah.
I have a Laura S. wanting to come in. Does anybody know a Laura S?
Laura Stan.
Okay, we'll let her in.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Connecting to audio. Laura S. Unmute.
Welcome,
Hello.
Laura.
Oh, it's Sue.
I'm here, yeah. I just want to say that, critics aside, the whole suburban thing that I was living out on Long Island was so perfect for this album. Because as soon as I heard that, the hissing of summer lawns, I knew all about that. Every lawn on my block has sprinkler system, so it made sense right away. And, I can't remember what, the blue TV screens and all that stuff. I mean, I just connected to it right away, and almost every father in the neighborhood got on the train in the morning and went to New York City. So Harry's house, really, really resonated with me too, as far as all the, the button downs and all that. So I don't know. I think it's just incredibly amazing. Such a creative. I mean, if you're gonna write a literary album like that with the incredible lyrics, why not have a really good lyrical, title to it? I just think that the reviewers just showed their ignorance as far as I was concerned.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think it was ignorance as much as the fact that this album was just so far ahead of its time that hardly anybody got it.
Yeah. Right.
Now, I know in some interviews, Joni said, oh, well, Paul Simon got to do Graceland, but I took all that flack. And I don't know, I'm not really a Paul Simon fan, and I haven't heard the whole Graceland album, but from what I heard, it was just kind of like, dee, 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 dee. Like, I can't compare You Can Call Me Al to the Jungle line. Like, I don't think...
I think that she was referring to the whole world beat.
The world thing, okay.
Because, she did do it.
Using either musicians or samples.
Yeah. And, and then other people did it too, like Peter Gabriel did it later, and, Sting. So, she felt like she didn't get the credit for doing it in 1975,
Maybe I'm being cynical, but I just didn't feel like anyone else did it half as good as she did.
Yeah.
It would have been more authentic if she'd actually brought in the Burundi drummers into the studio.
Yeah, that's true.
I have to say, it was a little bit ersatz just writing a song over a track from an LP from the Library of Congress. And she corrected that on Don Juan by having a whole fleet of South American percussionists.
Right.
And Shaka Khan.
Yeah, but the idea of having real drummers
playing
with her instead of singing over a track. So yeah, it was a kind of our first taste of world music for some of us, but it wasn't quite as real as it became a couple of years later.
Yeah,
that's true.
But it was the first time that a commercial artist. It was the first time a commercial artist ever had a sample included in their music. So it was very groundbreaking on that front.
And we didn't know until fairly recently that she was singing along to a track. A lot of us thought she'd actually had the drummers in the studio.
Right.
The record company didn't have the deep pockets, or weren't giving her that kind of deep pockets money to bring those drummers. And we use the word authenticity. Maybe she just figured there was no way she was ever going to, in Southern California, resynthesize what that track gave her out of the Library of Congress. And I can't blame her for that.
Well, we had the live drummers at the
oh my gosh,
at the Ruby Lake. That was pretty cool.
That was amazing. What were their names again? Katira or something like that? I can't remember.
Apuri?
Kutapira, they were called.
Kutapiri, right. Yeah, they were awesome.
I love their bus.
You did the 10th World.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Amazing. Yeah, they did. They performed the 10th World.
I am you.
That was thanks to Les Irvin set that up, so he wanted to hear the 10th World perform, so he conceived of having these drummers from Vancouver come up and play at the festival.
Well, they were there in Madera Park at it was a jazz, or no, I don't know, was it a jazz festival or some kind of music festival?
Yeah, some kind of music festival, yeah.
Lined up to
Bailame Rumba, yeah.
That was amazing.
Well, I guess we better talk about In France They Kiss on Main Street so we can get to the jungle line.
Wait, Laura, we all talked about
Yeah.
how we came upon this record.
So, Laura, please introduce yourself and tell us about your discovering of the hissing of summer lawns and anything else you'd like to share with us.
Okay, sure. I'd like to say this is my very favorite Joni album. Yes, I do have a favorite, and this is it. And it's been hard, to come by. When I first joined the JMDL in like 2002, I didn't have very many Joni albums, and somebody told me that I would like Sweetbird, and so they told me to get this album, and it just struck a chord with me, literally. And yeah, that the band up in Ruby Lake at our 20th reunion of the JMDL did the Jungle Line just awesome. I recently wanted to show somebody what a Joni Fest was like, so it starts with that. Our Joni Fest up there started with that, with the drums, and she said, "That doesn't sound like Joni Mitchell." And I was thinking, boy, you don't know Joni.
Yeah, right.
I actually, sort of much to Bob's dismay at one point, had Shades of Scarlet Conquering sung for the mother and son dance at my son's wedding. So we danced to that, and it's kind of prophetic. And Harry's house too was prophetic. It's like, especially if you marry a strong woman, and my son really did, and I love her to death. So that was kind of cool. What's that? What, Chris?
This is for posterity.
Yeah, right. I know. So that's how I came upon it, and very, very definitely, it is my absolutely most favorite Joni album, and I'm so glad that I caught you all. I think I'm an hour off, but anyway, better late than never.
Well, I'm so glad you're here.
We're just starting. We're just starting the first song.
Okay, well, that's awesome.
All right, so as we get into the discussion, let's everyone try to use the hands just so we don't all talk over each other and it doesn't become a hot mess like the podcast last week. Anyhow, okay, so I put it on the record. I'd heard Court and Spark, and I knew that the Hissing of Summer Lawns was a very important album. It was, I don't know if controversial is the word, but it was very much discussed, and I read a lot about it before I heard it. So I put on the record, the first thing I heard, dun, dun, dun. I'm like, okay. Then we have her James Taylor, Graham Nash, and David Crosby doing some backup vocals. So In France They Kiss on Main Street, a tale about her rock and rolling in her youth. So what do you all think of this song?
It's a great song. It was the only single released off of this album. The B-side was the Boho Dance. It went to number 66, so it didn't do very well. But I think to me, it was a sly wink from her saying, okay, you think you're going to get Court and Spark 2. So In France They Kiss on Main Street, could very well have been on Court and Spark. Has that same kind of light, airy, jazzy feel to it.
It was confirmation the band wasn't going anywhere.
Right.
And a lot of good players, a fun little song just about coming of age. I think she does a good job by specifically naming people, Gail and Louise, who he'll hear about later.
What a cast!
And they're push-up braziers.
Yeah, Leadfoot Melvin, drinking up the band's beers. I mean, when you get specifics like that, it really paints a picture, and I think she's painting on this entire album. She's really painting with the words and with the music here.
And she even played with her parents.
Hey, you have to raise your hand, Chris. You have to raise your hand. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Oh,
raise your hand.
I didn't realize we were at the Stevie Nicks podcast. No, I'm just we're all friends still.
It's a fun little song. It's a great intro to the album, and then it sets you up for the, slam your body to the ground of track number 2.
Cool. All right, Laura, I see your hand is up.
Trying to unmute here. It's really a timepiece too, because it's very characteristic of maybe not so much my generation, but my mother's generation. You know, the type of dance that you do with it, and I guess it's on. I'm not really sure. Shadows and Light, where she, you know, has the video that goes with it, and you know the way that they're dancing and everything. You know, it definitely is not a modern style of dancing, and you know, so I think that this brings me back, you know, to those sorts of the joy of that era, you know, with all the fun dancing, kind of like what Bob was saying. It's a fun and light song.
And I think that version on Shadows and Light was amazing. It's very rare that I like live versions as much as studio versions, but over and over on Shadows and Light. I know we'll talk about that eventually, but those versions, I like so many of them almost as much as the studio. Okay, Bob, your hand is up.
Just to add a quick note to what Laura said, the fact that they name reference the Everly Brothers' Bye Bye Love, that's exactly what Laura said. It puts it in an exact time and place where that song would have been a hit.
58 or so.
Yeah.
All right, so we have David, then Mark.
Yeah, okay. One of the things I just want to talk about a little bit is the way Joni throughout her career keeps going back to this really particular youth. You know, she keeps going back to Saskatoon. And this is just one of those songs that does that. So I'll just say that and shut up.
All right, Mark.
Well, I guess I never really thought of it that much. It is a period piece, but in terms of Saskatoon, but to me, she's setting up this atmosphere of downtown, and in the eyes of youth, this is a playground. You know, everybody's down there having a good time. Whereas later, she's going to kind of dig underneath that, and the jungle line especially, and get into the grime that is underneath it, and that these young people could potentially fall into. And also, I mean, in the suburbs as well, there's other things there that are underneath the surface.
I think she depicts a very fun childhood. There's nothing sinister about, you know, drugs, or I mean, maybe in the 50s there wasn't. It was just Coca-Cola and dancing, and so she does start off the album with a very kind of fun vibe. It's also the first time we hear Robin Ford. I think he was only 19 when he played on this. So, and he takes a pretty pronounced solo in this tune. And there haven't been that many songs of Joni's that had solos on them.
Right.
I mean, I can't even remember one actually where there's a pretty extended solo. Bob, you can correct me there, but
I thought Centerpiece.
Well, Centerpiece, yeah, will have a piano solo.
Scott had a couple of them on.
But prior to this, there have been little fills for harmonica fills and things, but this is an actual, you know, lead guitar solo, which really puts it in the 70s, and it's also featuring this kid that you know was up and coming. And while I have the mic, although she had LA Express on this album, Tom Scott was not part of the band anymore, or at least was not part of this album. So you had Max Bennett and John Guerin and Larry Carlton still, but she had Chuck Findlay and other horn players besides Tom Scott on this record.
All right, so go ahead. Sorry, Dave.
I was just finishing up. So to me, that's changes the vibe of the record a little bit by having. I mean, Tom Scott was such a featured part of For the Roses and Court and Spark, but he was absent on this.
And he did come back for Hijiro, though, correct?
A little bit.
Just a little bit, right? All right, so we have Chris and then Bob.
I just wanted to say that she extends the narrative a little bit about her parents through this song. And, you know, she sort of paints her, you know, her background as having come from that kind of suburban Archie, you know, and Veronica, Betty, and Jughead, you know, the whole that whole vibe of upbringing. And you're right, it is benign, but she does like to point out the fact that she was among a group of rebels, and that and that is somehow freeing for her. Now, the only thing else I want to say is, thinking ahead, just a single track, I don't know what the hell Jungle Line is doing coming after this song, because Edith and the Kingpin thematically seems to marry right into a chronology of the growth and maturation of a young woman in that same kind of arena. So, and sometimes I find myself rejoining a narrative after Jungle Lines, but I'm just going to point that out before we get through that.
All right, Bob.
Just a quick point. I'm sure Dave knows this, but besides Robin Ford, Jeff Skunk Baxter is also playing guitar on this track.
Who also played on Hot Stuff by Donna Summer for those
and
who care.
Steely Dan and Doobie Brothers guitarist as well.
Right. Mark, was your hand up?
Yeah. I agree with Chris about the rebel aspect of it. I mean, she talks about they've been broken in churches and schools and molded to middle-class circumstance, which is also setting up the suburban aspect on the second side of the record.
Right.
So I think there are elements in this song of the rest of the record, maybe not quite so obvious, and it is very innocent. But on other songs, she's going to go somewhere else with it. And drinking up the band's beers, I don't know. That to me, that kind of connects a little bit with the waitress in the Jungle Line. In a low-cut blouse, she brings the beers. Just throwing that out there.
I feel like no other song could have started the album, and this song could be nowhere else on the album except for the opening track. All right, Sue.
Yeah, I agree with that. The other theme that I thought I would throw out there is that whole idea of Paris and, in France, they kiss on Main Street, amour, mama, not cheap display. It's another way of, showing the freedom that she craved, to like kind of, kiss boys behind her mother's back and stuff, It's like, I want to stand on Main Street and kiss my boyfriend, I think that, it reminds me of Free Man in Paris too,
Right.
in that sense. Yeah.
Or that even then she wants to say, I was thinking out of Saskatoon at the, where
Yeah, right.
Thrilling to the Brando-like things that he said. Brando the rebel.
Right.
You can break somebody's heart just doing the latest dance craze.
That's another theme through this whole album too, is the movies. She got a lot of inspiration from watching those old movies on Channel 5, especially with Scarlet, and these characters come right out of some of these old movies.
Right. All right. Do we have any other thoughts on In France They Kiss on Main Street? Okay. Laura.
I just couldn't let this song go by without talking about the verse, looking to raise Jesus up from the dead. That I think, that it took courage to say that, being from the family that Joni came from. And I just love that line. It gives the joy and the energy, that this whole song just exudes all this incredible energy. I just love this song.
So does Jesus show up in Joni's work anytime before Tax Free after this song?
Have to ask Bob about that one.
Yeah, I have to think on that. I didn't do my homework on that front.
So Bob, do we have any covers of In France They Kiss on Main Street?
We do, obviously. We certainly don't have the covers that we had for Blue and even Court and Spark, but France is fairly well represented. 23 covers. The first one happening, and this record came out in November of '75. The very first record, very first cover was in '76 by the Swingle Singers, who were kind of like Manhattan. What was it? Manhattan Transfer. Very similar to that group in terms of the boy girl harmonies and a cappella stuff. And just to repeat the note we said earlier before the podcast started, the background singers here are Graham Nash, David Crosby, James Taylor, all old boyfriends singing together to do these harmonies. Who else could pull this off but Joni? Because they all still love her.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Swingle singers. That must have been like vocalese. It must have sounded completely different.
Yep, sure. It was
I
great.
remember the name. I just don't remember what they did.
Oh, they did a couple of movies. They did this. I want to say they did some tracks in like The Graduate or something. I think they did some tracks for that.
I think that was all Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, yeah, I think we were on like Lawrence Welk or something. I remember them. I mean,
We'll find out.
You know, Swingle Singers, of course. So I can't imagine where I would know them from if they were on television in the the late '60s.
Does anybody know how much did we actually know about Joni's younger years in 1975? Did we know that she was this little badass rebel? I mean, the image that she had projected up to this point, somewhat in Court and Spark, it was starting to become somewhat.
She did.
Well, I mean,
was
I don't
not
think
that.
that we knew too much about her past. I mean, I didn't find out any of that stuff until I joined the JMDL.
Me
you know,
either.
so
David.
Did Let the Wind Carry Me. So there was that talk about Mama and Papa and
Yeah,
stuff.
Her eyelids painted green.
Yeah.
living for that rock and roll dancing scene.
Right? The rock and roll dancing, singing Bye Bye Love. It all connects. All right. So does anyone need to take a bathroom break or do their taxes or take a drive across the country before
I just
start
need to
talking
let
about
my
the
dog in.
yeah.
We need to go into space we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We've been saving up $28 million.
Oh. All right. So the warrior drums of, do you pronounce it Burundi? Is that how you say it?
Sure.
All right. Everyone's guess is as good as mine. So Joni Mitchell got an album from the Library of Congress, sampled it, and wrote a song over it, which is so ahead of its time, so cool. I remember the first time I heard this album, the drums came in, and I was like an artsy, weird kid, and I'm like, this is Joni Mitchell's so cool. Like, because at the time, like in the early 90s, I don't think Joni Mitchell, that was kind of a downtime for people my age at the time, weren't really listening to Joni Mitchell. So I had made a goal to show everyone in high school how cool Joni Mitchell was. And this was a song I'd always pull out and like be like, listen to what she was doing in 1975 with these farty synthesizers. All right. So what do y'all think of the Jungle Line? All right, Mark.
I just had a question. You keep talking about the Library of Congress, but there was an album called The Burundi Drummers, and I thought it was like a Nunsuch record or something like that. But she was playing.
Okay.
And she kind of got hooked into this. She said it was a Bo Diddley figure. She always goes back to Bo Diddley.
I thought the Bo Diddley thing was the guitar.
Maybe.
It's interesting because there's definitely a guitar track in there, but it's so buried you can't really hear it too well. All right, Dave, was your hand up?
Yeah, I actually, Mark did uncover a few years ago. He did uncover the actual LP. It is a Nunsuch record, and I think it's track 7. But you can hear it's exactly what she used. And if you listen really closely, you can hear the surface noise of the LP that she transferred onto the tape machine to write the song over, or to record the song over. The guitar is very buried, but I did some kind of wizardry of trying to kind of turn the audio inside out to where I was able to hear the guitar better. And I shared that with Sue and Howard to see what they thought. And we still disagree on the tuning she used, but you could actually hear the guitar properly. So.
It's cleaner on the quad. I'm telling you, there's something weird happened with the stereo master of this record, and I don't know what it is. But
Now, I know some of the demos of these songs leaked, but the Jungle Line demo is not out there at this point, correct?
It was not a demo.
There's no okay. So Dreamland. There was a dream version of Dreamland with the guitar, right?
Correct.
But not Jungle Land. Okay, Bob. I saw your hand was up.
Well, yeah, just to say, you know, to Chris's earlier comment about the transition from track 1 to track 2 was very jarring. And I think Joni meant that intentionally, as if to say, you know, this is not Court and Spark 2. I'm moving on. You know, here's some of the stuff I'm into. And I think it was very intentional for her to make this the second track.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a blend of two things, right? I mean, obviously it's the art of Henri Rousseau against the downtown nightclub scene, you know, the python snake in the dressing room, which is obviously a line of cocaine.
Sure.
You know, so it's a couple of things going on at the same time.
Was it Laura who said in the 50s it was a Coca-Cola and dancing, and now we've moved on to Coke and dancing on Jungle Line?
I always thought it was heroin.
I think it's beyond Coke. I think it's heroin.
Oh yeah, the
Poppy.
Yeah.
Poppy seed.
Poppy seed, yeah.
Poison.
Yeah,
Poppy tourniquet. I mean, she's not holding
Poppy
back.
weed.
I mean, this is as much about Miles Davis as the last song was about, her teenage friends. This is and maybe this is going to get real deep real fast, but when I hear this song, I think back on what happened with Court and Spark and the fact that Bob Dylan fell asleep during the pre-party, whatever screening, whatever it was, the release, and that sort of painted her and isolated her off to the side where she didn't have the kind of clout she really wanted and needed and deserved
right
after Court and Spark. And I think this was her saying, look, the music business has done this for a billion years, and this is what it makes. You know, this is what happens when artists are isolated. And she's telling that story here. This is her getting down and dirty in the dirtiest club rooms with musicians and people. We didn't know what to make of it. We never heard these stories before. We didn't, when we were exposed to jazz, God, it was all 1958 in Paris and all Bon Vivant and everybody loves it. But it was dark, man. It was really dark. I think this was her way of saying, this is where you put me right now.
Well, the movie Lady Sings the Blues had come out by that time, so there was a little bit of insight into some of that.
And I have to say, being a musician myself, I've been in some of those dressing rooms that felt very Jungle Line-ish in the activities happening in said dressing rooms. All right, who else wants to talk? Okay, Dave.
I think the poetry on these lyrics is actually quite a bit more interesting than the Burundi drums. I mean, that's worthy of merit because it was the first sample, perhaps, and maybe the first time we heard world music, whatever that means. But there's some outstanding poetry on this, and we really got to understand that when Leonard Cohen spoke it on the Herbie River Joni Letters record. That was a really stunning way to deliver this lyric, and we're all fans of her poetry, but don't you think she was kind of reaching yet a new height by this song?
Absolutely.
For sure.
Definitely.
High bars and girders through wires and pipes, the mathematic circuits of the modern nights. I mean, this is not blue anymore. This is just a fantastically inclusive vision of cities being constructed, and yet there's this undercurrent of Africa and drugs and jazz, and it's all happening in the same metropolis, and it's just so far away from Saskatoon and childhood and California. It's so New York, and even though she was probably living in Bel Air at the time, the whole depiction of of this, and I think Harry's house is all set in New York City. So for me, growing up in England, it was a very vivid picture of American cities of the mid 70s. How, I don't know if it was dead accurate, but when you watch 70s movies, American movies, it certainly seems to have that kind of gritty cops on the streets and people being busted for dope, she certainly seemed to capture all of that. And just going back to the jazz thing, it was probably Charles Mingus. You know, he was in when she was writing about In France They Kiss on Main Street, and herself growing up in the late 50s, Charles Mingus was kind of king of the jazz world in New York. So it's ironic that a mere 3 years later she'd be working with him.
And this is certainly a different New York City than you had from side one of Song to a Seagull.
Yeah.
Yep. No Chelsea mornings here.
No Chelsea morning. All right, Chris.
If Rousseau was an abstract expressionist, it would sound like this song. This was, she synthesized, I mean, you know, she used the Rousseau, she brought, you know, the first word of the song, you know, is, you know, gives you a point of view from which you step off of, but you've left it. I mean, you know, Rousseau helps put you in the jungle, but the jungle is downtown in your own city.
All right, Laura.
The part that back to the first verse where it talks about the savage progress cuts the jungle line. Yeah, like everybody's been saying, you know, it's the city concept. And, you know, it stood out to me that she put Dixie Blue in there, you know, because that's the South and I'm in the South. And, you know, she also has Europe in there. So she's tying, you know, a common thread. The jungle line is the common thread, you know, through all of these cities that have this type of savage progress. And yeah, the poetry in this is just absolutely incredible.
And Laura, where are you in the South? Just curious.
I'm in North Little Rock, Arkansas.
Awesome. All right, so we have
the heart of Dixie.
We that are really in the South would say that's not the South.
I'm down in Tampa, so I'm a little bit more south. All right, we have David next, and then Bob. Did you have your hand up also? Okay. Yeah. So David, Bob, then Mark.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I see indictment of global capital everywhere. I mean, there is this, you know, slaving trade and, you know, drug trade and, you know, a real global money-making slime. But with the question I actually wanted to ask, in the liner notes, she thanks the deep, deep part of Dixie, comma, blue, comma. So she separates in the liner notes the deep, deep part of Dixie and blue. And it would be nice to read that as a typo, but it's right there. So I've never known what to make of that. So I thought I'd ask if anybody here knows what to make of that.
I noticed it and also did not know what to make of it.
It's lyric too in the song, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is, but it's the deep, deep part of Dixie blue, not the deep, deep part of Dixie blue. You know, in the song, it's the deep, deep part of Dixie blue.
I feel like Joni definitely proofreads her liner notes many times. All right,
I
Bob.
took the blue to mean, you know, like Memphis blues, the blues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In this part of Dixie, it's definitely the blues. And if you just go south of Memphis, you're in Clarksdale, and that's like the heart of the blues right there. Robert Johnson.
Which we will be returning
whoever
to.
The song,
oh, go ahead.
Whoever the song Blue was addressed to.
All right, Bob, was your hand up?
Well, I mean, it could be a reference to Scarlet, you know, which is obviously a reference to Scarlet O'Hara, Gone with the Wind, Atlanta, all that stuff. But that's just a thought.
Now, I'm a big fan of electronic music, and I do have to say her synth work here is pretty ballsy and minimalist. And, you know, she never did a song that sounded like this ever again. Now, Dave, you had written something, I think, or am I imagining things where we questioned some of her synthesizer choices. How do you feel about her synth work here with the Moog?
Well, I think she has a rather, let's say, a weak relationship with technology. Sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't, but I think she didn't quite have the taste to know when to do it and when not to. I think that's true of the fake string pad on Shadows and Light. I think it's true on Taming the Tiger. I think it's true on Dog Eat Dog. Yes, she was trying to be current, and these were instruments that were available at the time, and they were probably sitting in the studio right there. And, well, what does this do? You know, but synthesizers, as we all know, really can date a track.
Sure.
Because, oh yeah, well, we don't use that sound anymore. That was so 75, right? And it's like DX7s in the 80s, and anybody who's a musician has bought keyboards realizes their sounds are so passé a year later, and nobody's using those sounds. I don't think she cared, but I've always felt like, Joni, I wish you hadn't done that. I wish you just, done something else there. But maybe there was maybe in her mind this was a way of connecting the tribal to the modern.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it probably works better on Jungle Line than it does on Shadows and Light. I mean, by this time she had money and she had a label willing to indulge her. She could have had a real orchestra like on Down to You, but she chose to use ARP string ensemble, which again was probably just sitting in the studio at A&M going, oh, I'll just use this. So I think it was poor taste more than anything. She got the idea across of what it could have been, but this is not a demo. This was the finished thing.
Right. I will say I really enjoying the Jungle Line, how she pans the Moog, because it's a little bit of a call and response, with the bass being in the center. So it's a bit of a trip. All right. Does anyone else have any thoughts on this song? Okay, Mark.
We talked about the grittiness of the lyrics a little bit, and I think it kind of reflects her life experience at this point. I mean, she had come a long way from Saskatoon to where she was in 1975 and seen a lot and experienced a lot and done a lot. And she never stayed the same with her writing and how she made music. And always, I think it reflects what she's been through and what she's seen and observed.
It's kind of Joni's version of we're not in Kansas anymore. We're not in Saskatoon anymore.
Yeah. It's a long, long way from Canada.
Yeah. Dave and Robin, are you all going to do a song tonight?
Yes, we'd love to.
Did you know what song you wanted to do?
Boho Dance.
Okay, so when we get to that one, we'll do it when we talk about that one. Cool. And Sue is going to do "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow" if she comes back from the storm in New York. All right. Any other thoughts on the Jungle Line before we move on?
Well, there's covers to talk about.
Oh, that's right. All right. So, Dave, you had something to say, and then we'll end off with Bob's covers.
Sorry, I was just going to say when we did our version, we used the sousaphone to do the bubble bubble.
Oh, I'd love it.
It was pretty fun to have this New Orleans instrument or brass band instrument doing what had been a Moog synthesizer.
And is there a recording of this online for us to listen to?
That it was a CD that it was out of print now, but I can certainly send you a copy.
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm dying to hear that.
It's a great CD.
All right, so Bob, who dared to cover the Jungle Line?
Well, surprisingly, 11 covers of this song, kicked off by Thomas Dolby in 1983.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he getting ready for Dog Eat Dog?
I guess so. Maybe that's how he earned his wings. And of course, most famously, the Leonard Cohen cover with Herbie Hancock we talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The others nobody would know about, so I will not mention that.
Were any of those others good? Or
I mean, they're all good just in terms of, you get points. Like if you're a diver, you get points for a triple gainer with a half knife, blah, blah, blah. So if you're a musician, you get bonus points for doing the jungle line instead of, both sides now or circle game or, help me.
and can we just say it one more time? How did the same person that wrote Both Sides Now write the jungle line? I mean, we know it's our Joni, but like that's why she's our Joni. Damn.
Yeah. She wanted to evolve and grow, and and she did it in a really, really rapid fashion.
Right. And this is where really more, Corn Spark was certainly an evolution, but this is where she just really entered a class of her own. Really. And never looked back. Like, I mean, she's always been in a class of her own, but you just can't argue with it anymore from this point on. All right, so as we go into the next song, speaking of cover versions, Edith and the Kingpin. Am I correct in remembering that Tina Turner did a really good version of this?
Oh yeah, on the same Herbie Hancock record.
Because I'm a big Tina Turner fan, and I saw the liner notes. I'm like, Tina Turner singing Edith and the Kingpin. How's this going to go? Because I was kind of... Do you ever see something and you're a little bit nervous to listen to it? And then I heard it.
It was a perfect choice because here was somebody who had been, abused and used, singing about a prostitute who is abused and used by a pimp. She had street cred as far as I was concerned. It was a perfect choice for the cover.
And it came through in her performance. Like I heard that. I was like, holy shit. Like Tina gave it to us. All right. So how do y'all feel about Edith and the Kingpin? All right, Dave.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, okay. David, I'm sorry.
All right. I just want to say it's got two of the best. I mean, I'm going to do this with the whole album, but this has two of the best lines ever. One is she says his crime belongs. And back in my days of doing coke, that it just, to me, said it completely. It's a crime. That's cool. Everything's as it should be in this crime. So I think that's just a fucking fabulous line. And also the line bars in her head. I just think that's bars in her head. So it's just so evocative and so precise. And this really is, as far as I'm concerned, some of her best lyrics ever. Too, also, yet again, some of her best lyrics.
And when I re-listened to the album, the way she just layers in her background vocals throughout different parts of the song and panned in different places, it's such a texture and just so genius. All right, Dave, I saw your hand was up, and then we'll go to Chris.
My favorite line is he tilts her tired face to the spoon. Wants it gently to the spoon. You just picture these kind of tired characters, one exploiting the other, but sort of willing to be exploited, and so yeah, that's the line that is vivid for me. Just while I've got the mic, I just think the opening few bars of this song is just spectacular. The bass is up incredibly loud in the mix, but he's playing way up in the high register, and Larry Carlton's lick that goes with it is just gorgeous. So, like the opening few bars of this is, I don't even care what the rest of the song's about. I'm happy to just listen to that intro.
I'm actually going to play you 21 bars because I want to demonstrate something for you.
Yes. Is this the demonstration that you threatened us with earlier?
Yes, it is. Here
Perfect.
All right. Hope you can.
Wow, fail.
That's how my pressing came when I bought this record, and I heard that for years. So yeah, I got a lot of wisdom and a lot of jive.
I love it. Okay, Mark.
I just want to say that essay I mentioned earlier, and I can't remember the writer's name, from Uncut, has a description of the trumpet and the flute in those lines. And if you listen to the demo tape, she's doing that with her voice on the demo tape. So she had this arrangement in her head. before it ever went on record. And it's after I read that, I listened to Edith and the Kingpin again, and I thought, oh my God, this is just fucking gorgeous. It's beautiful. And she had this in her head, that she heard this.
If you didn't understand it after Court and Spark, there's so much in this record, this whole album, in terms of how she composed, that boggles my mind that anybody could hear that many layers and make that many choices before getting into the studio to put it all down.
Right.
I mean, Dave, when you get to the boho dance, for me, when I was trying to learn that song, I couldn't understand it because it just seemed to have no anchor except where it would stop for a rest. Everything else was just, she knew exactly where she wanted her voice to be and just wrote this whole wave around it. And I have to say, it's an extraordinary, there's so much composition like this around. And, I take nothing away from the other musicians who brought, Larry Carlton, I'm sure, made beautiful melodic lines within his guitar work that, really brought something to the page as well. But still, the bones that she had to draw around to conduct them were phenomenal here.
What do you all think of the Shadows and Light version? That was a little bit more stripped down.
I love Shadows and Light, the whole record.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right. Anyone else want to talk about Edith and the Kingpin?
It's it's this album, like Hajira, if you ask somebody what their favorite lyric is, they'll tell you, but it's just like, okay, what about the line that comes before it? Or the line that comes after it?
Yes.
Because every line of every song is brilliant. There's not a word wasted. And these songs could not have been written by anybody else.
No.
It's a work of genius.
Yeah.
All right, Laura, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the line where it says his left hand holds his right. What does that hand desire that he grips it so tight? That's just always, that the visual of that, of him holding himself back, his own hand. And then another line that's sort of similar is in the next verse, all claws for now withdrawn. And that, that's reference to a cat, no doubt. And, when you're playing with a cat, it can go either way, that if their claws are not withdrawn, you get all scratched up. But if they are withdrawn, the cat's paws are some of the most soft things, in the whole world. And Joni definitely knows all about cats. So those two lines or several lines really strike me.
All right, before we get to Bob, I just had to ask, has anyone else in this group ever sat with the lyric sheet? I sat with the lyrics and just read them as poetry and just thought about every line and what it meant. Because some of them, I really had to think of, what does she mean here? Because it's a little abstract. And then when you get what you at least think it means, it's like, holy shit. Okay, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, and just to your comment, I think that you can almost capsulize these songs in a little quick 1, 3 or 4 word statement. This song is about this. But then how does each line correspond to that is a much tougher call.
Right.
Yeah, of course, I've done your exercise where you go and open the book up and read it. As a matter of fact, the Rolling Stone Review said, read the album first, then listen to it.
Right.
I would just talk about the ending of it. Edith and the Kingpin, each with charm to sway, are standing eye to eye, and they dare not look away. To me, I listened to this record again today. I've listened to it maybe 20 times in the last month. And to me, it's like, okay, you've got a pimp and the prostitute, each of whom has their own distinct power.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if the pimp doesn't have his prostitutes, he's not going to go anywhere. And the prostitutes rely on the pimp for protection and safety. So they're doing this showdown of, okay, which one of us has the most power? Is it you or is it me? And neither one of them will dare look away.
And the way that last note just trails off into the mix. It's just
Brilliant.
So haunting. Mark.
I've been listening to this song. I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Who'd you
No,
mark
I
then,
think that's
Chris?
what I was gonna say. Does anybody else see a connection between the wires and the walls are humming and the wires and girders of the jungle line?
Not me.
Yeah.
David does.
Yes. Yeah. And it also
Yay!
the whole thing's really pretty cokey. It's a very cokey song.
Right.
Like this whole thing of the drugs, you know, in this case it's cocaine, obviously,
The
but
drugs, the urban.
yeah.
All right, Chris.
And I don't know that this is necessarily a prostitute and a pimp. I just thought it was.
That's exactly where I was going, Mark. I don't, you know what, Bob? It never occurred to me. I said, I've been listening to this song for decades now, and I don't think it ever read to me about a prostitute and a pimp. What I saw was, it was kind of like Jersey Shore or you know, Love Island, where, you know, The Bachelorette, where all of these, you know, people are clustering to sort of make their moves on one particular lover of choice for the night. And, you know, and there's a certain naivety to this, what's the word there? Clumsiness, I guess. And so for me, it was, that's why I when I made the comment earlier about Jungle Lines kind of being in the wrong position here, that in France they Kiss on Main Street could have segued right into this and continued a narrative. I kind of felt they were sort of connected, you know, that was the next step. I
always kind of felt like
the girls are conferring. I mean, he's choosing from among these women, and he's singled her out, and he's gonna.
All clause for now withdrawn is like, you know, they're
gonna be lovers, but he's gonna
back.
get her hooked on cocaine, and she's gonna be a mess.
I always felt like there's a possibility that maybe he met his match here. Like, she's the one that dares not look away. Like, she's gonna give him a run for his money. Or her money. Okay, Bob.
Well, you know, Joni said the song is based on two things: a pimp she actually met in Vancouver, and Edith Piaf, who she introduced not as a prostitute, but she used the name of Edith as the character. You know, and if you know what pimps are all about, they all have their what they call their bottom bitch, which is their main girl, usually the biggest money maker.
Doesn't everybody?
Not me lately.
So you know, you have the passed over girls are conferring because they weren't picked to be the number one for the pimp, which Edith was. But I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong.
Sure.
You know, it's not for sure. But I will say that Joni admitted that the Kingpin was based on a pimp she met in Vancouver.
That's the beauty of music, is there's not necessarily a right or wrong. I just always listen to it as like, ooh, she's gonna give him a run for his money. All right. Anyone else want to talk about this amazing fucking song?
Well, I'm in between the idea of the prostitute and the pimp and, you know, the drug kingpin. I've always thought it was about the drug kingpin and how, you know, people revolve around the drug kingpin, whether or not he prostitutes them. You know, and it's definitely a song about drugs.
Dependency.
Yeah, dependency.
So Bob, David.
One more thing. I think I've always sort of agreed with Chris's reading, and it also sort of harkens forward to Harry's house for me as the moment of capture that they're both going to pay for one way or another. Yeah, but.
And I think we can all agree, we know it's not going to end well. Whatever happened later that night did not end well.
No, never does.
It never does. So Bob, besides Tina Turner, who dared to take this one on?
This is by far the most covered song from the record. Lots and lots of jazz singers have done it. 59 covers in all.
Oh,
the first one happening in 1976. So right out of the gate, a singer by the name of Denise Kaufman had it on her vinyl record. Elvis Costello covered it on the Reprise tribute. Of course, Herbie Hancock did it. It's been covered. It's been sung in Dutch. George Michael covered it. George Michael listed this as one of his favorite albums of all time.
Really?
Along with Bjork and
Prince
and Morrissey. Elvis Costello said this album was the masterpiece of its time. So some famous names have done it. a lot of jazz singers that you don't know, but it's it's a substantial song in her canon, obviously.
So this is a smug thing to ask, and I probably shouldn't even say this out loud, but I'm the guy that always does. If someone comes up to you and says their favorite album is Blue, compared to the person that walks up to you and says their favorite album is The Hissing of Summer Lawns, don't you feel a lot different about those two different people? And I know that's very smug to say, but I'll admit.
Well, at least I would ask, have you heard Hissing of Summer Lawns and Hejira and Don Juan's Reckless Daughter? Or
You're a
did you
better
give up
man
on
than
her
me,
after
Bob.
chorus?
Because I'd just be like,
I
Blue,
think
you're
it's
one.
apples and oranges myself. I mean,
Yeah.
they're two completely different things, and people would go to each of these records for two different reasons.
Right.
And I've kind of learned a better appreciation for Blue. I mean, there's been all this hoopla about the 50th anniversary of Blue.
And I must admit,
And it makes all these top 500 or 100 or 50 record lists, but I don't know. Some people want Joni Mitchell for different things, I think.
Yeah. With the reissue out, I did revisit Blue and discovered many things I may have not have heard before, which we already did that discussion, but we'll go back to it someday. All right, Dave, I see your hand is up.
I on a piece I wrote, I think it was actually about Hejira, but I made the claim that Joni Mitchell fans fall into two categories: those that prefer vulnerable Joni, and those that like her when she refused to be vulnerable anymore. And
Number two.
Hissing of Summer Lawns is kind of like a prime example of non-vulnerable Joni. So to echo Mark's point, I think if people need different things from music, and
Sure.
if you want somebody to speak to you about your own insecurities, then Blue is the perfect record for you.
Right.
If you're a filmmaker, literal or virtual, and you look at the world and spot the kind of interesting interactions of people and cultures and all the kind of details in the room around you, then Hissing of Summer Lawns, you can't top it. The camera pans the cocktail hour behind a blind of potted palms. That's a filmmaking, you know. And so she was a completely different person at this point, and she gave us she gave us music that serves a different purpose. And so if I actually like her vignettes of the world around her more than the vulnerable Joni revelations, even though those are gutsy, I'm a bit squirmy about it, and I don't necessarily want to hear people's most inner feelings. That's the British part of me. So that just says something about me. But I just love her depictions of people and scenes around her, and we get a lot of that on Hejira and Hissing.
And maybe this is a generalization that I'm making, but I find that the women that I discuss this album with, as opposed to the women that I discuss Blue or some of the more vulnerable works, they're very different kinds of women. I find, and it's sometimes this is like me not even knowing them, that I learn a lot about them, as you know, in terms of what they want out of life from what they glean from this record. So I give it. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, Dave. I think there's something different about this record.
Yeah, I guess I better backtrack a little bit because I feel like I made myself to really sound like an asshole. I think there definitely is value in loving Blue and those who do love Blue and get it. But I think there's people that really love Blue and really get it, and then people that just say they love it just to be cool. Like, oh yeah, but they don't. I don't know. I'm done talking. I think I stayed up too late.
I can totally see what you're saying, though, Jeremy. And I've thought the same thing for years. Like, well, she went way beyond that.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff that she did later in her career was just so far beyond what she did on Blue. But like Dave said, like Chris said, like I said, people people need different things from music, and
Right.
and she did the other awfully well. I mean, nobody did it better.
Nobody.
But some of us just really love this stuff too.
All right, Laura, is your hand up?
Yeah, my hand is up. I was thinking about traveling, and the two albums, Blue and The Hissing of Summer Lawns, to me are different sets of traveling. Blue to me is kind of more concrete, driving in a car or flying in an airplane. Those sorts of traveling, they're filled with emotion, obviously, but there's a concrete traveling to them. And Hissing, for me, is like the traveling through the imagination. We've been talking about movies and all the different influences, in the songs and Hissing. And I like Blue. I heard Blue before Hissing, but Hissing for me it's just like, Blue may be traveling on a Cessna airplane and Hissing maybe on a SpaceX, and then as far as Women in Blue, when y'all were talking about that, I was thinking about Brandi Carlile, who really likes Blue, and does she really like Blue because she wants her lover to love her, or
I thought the same thing.
or does she love Blue for Blue, and is Blue going to be the lead-in drug to the Hissing of Summer Lawns at some point in time, and what's she going to do with that? So now I'm kind of curious to see, when Brandi Carlile makes it to the Hissing of Summer Lawns, is she still going to be, so enthralled by it? Is she going to be more enthralled by it? And then I think we'll really know if she's really, really into Joni or not, and that's just my take on it. But I was thinking about that.
You remember some of the photographs that Norman Seeff took during this, and there's some of them I think are in the they're in the songbook.
Right.
Her with the smoking and she's got the curly perm, but it's all up in an updo, and she's smoking, and she looks weary. World weary, just there's an ennui that's kind, and it's really she's acting in these photographs, she's performing in these photographs in a way that I don't think I had seen ever since even, they're quite good, actually. I think they're some of the best photographs that Norman took of Joni, but I'll see if I can get my hands on them and flash them for you.
It's interesting because Brandi Carlile's whole essay, I liked women to be tough. Well, she's looking for toughness. She needn't look no further than the album we're talking about right now. So I'm very interested also to see what the future lies. All right. Any final thoughts on Edith and the Kingpin? We're not doing too bad. We're only 2 hours in and on track 4.
Over the course.
We'll talk 2 more songs and we'll take a little break because I'm just dying for a Diet Coke after talking about in France.
Unfortunately, though, Sue was going to perform "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow."
Yeah, and when she comes back, we'll maybe we'll have her do it at the end, like we had at some of the other podcasts. We'll close it out. Sue, come back. We miss you. Okay, "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow." Now, this was performed by Joni, correct, at her 75th birthday, but the recording never made it online. Am I imagining things, or is that true?
Recorded at the LA show?
No, if it was Joni, then it was a trumpet.
Oh, not the 75th. I'm thinking of the
Illuminato thing.
Yeah.
Didn't she do it at the Illuminato thing?
That's what I was meant to say. Before the aneurysm.
70th.
Yep, her 70th. Did anyone ever hear that performance?
No.
I lived in Toronto. I was in London that week.
Look who's back.
Yay.
It says she's joining. Let's see if her electricity is on. Input, output, electricity. So I love Interrupt the Sorrow, and there's parts of it that I kind of can't wait for you guys to help me understand what she's talking about.
Yeah, good luck with that.
We've been talking
Here we
about it
go.
for decades.
Here we go.
Because sometimes I listen to this song and I love the way the song feels. I love the melody. I love the way it sounds. But sometimes I just feel like, boy, I'm stupid because I can't figure this out.
This is a hard song to play, Sue. I mean, it really. Every time I try to play it, the strum is so sensitive for dynamic. It really doesn't. It doesn't want to get hit too hard or too soft. It's really hard. Yes,
Hey!
and she's got lights.
We got
Got
electricity.
Just in time. Play it now. Play it now.
Oh, you want? Don't let interrupt
You
the
just
song.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Do you want me to play it?
We just got here, Sue.
Now, Sue, do you have any thoughts on Edith and the Kingpin? Since I don't think you were here for that one. Before we move on.
I mean, Edith and the Kingpin is a really amazing song. I mean, it's just the structure of it is really different. I mean, I found it really interesting trying to follow the verse structures when I was trying to play it, because it keeps going back and forth through this melody that's kind of I guess I could get mixed up really quick. So it took me a long time to learn it, but once I learned it, it's just so beautiful.
Mm.
And the storyline is just incredible too. I think that there are a lot of themes in this album that talk about women and the certain types of situations they get into, and I really, this whole idea of like, the Kingpin, she's just the slave to him,
So, did you feel Edith was a prostitute? Because we had a little bit of a debate about that.
Oh, well, she was either a prostitute or what did they call them at the Sopranos? The Gama or what?
Oh, the Guma, yeah.
The mob.
She was, it was a mob setup kind of where he had all these. It was almost like he had a harem,
Yeah.
all these women who he would pick at certain times.
Oh my God, it was a soprano. Like, I'm never gonna be able to listen to the song again without thinking of Tony Soprano and that one Guma he had that worked at the car dealership.
Yeah, I know.
Annabella Ciara.
She was so dark. Oh, well,
Yeah. She's Edith.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, I can't even remember the line at the end where it says something about everything he does is right, or she just completely bends to his will. But it's also about addiction too.
He says his crime belongs.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just there's so many great things about the song, and I was thinking about some of the. I mean, I know the Mutts do this song so beautifully. And I've gone to another couple of tribute concerts where people have done this song, and I don't know how many did any of you go to that San Francisco jazz thing that Joni was supposed to show up at? Well, there was this singer called oh God, now I'm forgetting his name. The jazz singer played, sang Edith, and it was just so amazing, hearing a man sing it,
Mm.
Can't remember.
Was it Kurt Elling?
Yep, that was him. Yeah, and actually, he was at two different tributes where he sang Edith. It was really amazing.
I think when we went to the Hollywood Bowl
Yes.
in 2011, he was one of the singers and he did that tune.
Yeah, amazing. He did Jungle Line too. I can't remember where that. Maybe that was at the San Francisco one, which was really interesting. But I bet you Bob already talked about covers, right?
We talked about how awesome Tina Turner's cover was.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, but it's just an incredible song. Incredible.
Well, speaking of incredible songs, we are now moving on to Don't Interrupt the Sorrow. And we'll be treated to a version.
Yeah, okay. I love this song. I actually played this song for my mother-in-law once, which was really dark. I mean, it was just a weird thing to do, And she was like she didn't know how to take it. I think I was trying to say,
I'm going to spotlight you since you're performing.
I just love it.
Anyway, well, tell me if this sounds okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice and everything? Okay.
Guitar is really soft.
Is it soft? Okay. Here I have the. How's that?
Better.
Okay. You know what it is? It's my sleeve. Sorry, I'm gonna start again.
Honey, I think your guitar might be distorting now, so you might want to just back it off just a little bit.
My guitar?
I think it's distorted a little.
Yeah,
yeah, just a little bit. Where's Dave when you need him?
Yeah, it took me, I don't know.
Wrong coast.
I'm not really sure what the lightning did. All right.
Go for it.
Don't interrupt the sorrow. Dark night. Inflame the our prophet, which is speak right. A room full of glasses. He says you're not his liberation doll. And he chains me with that serpent to that Ethiopian wall. Animal rising, queen of queens. Wash my guilt of Eden, wash and balance me. Animal rising, uprising in midnight. She's a vengeful little goddess with an ancient crown to fly. Truth goes up in vapors, the steeples lean. Winds of change, patriarchs, snug in your Bible belt dreams. God goes up the chimney like childhood Santa Claus. A good slave loves a good book, a rebel loves a cause. I'm leaving on the 115, it's done right. Since I was 17, I've had no one over me. He says, and I'm a rising, so what? Petrified wood processed, drugged and timbered out of rock. Don't interrupt the sorrow. Darn right, he says, we walked on the moon. You be polite. You don't let up the sorrow. Death and birth and death and birth and death and birth. He says, bring that bottle kindly and I'll guide your purse. I got a head full of wonder and a mighty, mighty, mighty thirst. 70 glasses, right wine, milk of the Madonna, clandestine. They all let up the sorrow, he lies in coffee cheese. Takes a heart like Mary's these days when your man gets sweet.
Oh,
Oh, good. Whoa.
so I was thinking if I could go back to my teenage self in 1991 and say, what are we going to be doing in 2021? Just chilling with my friends who are performing cover versions of Don't Interrupt the Sorrow and the Boho Dance. So I feel like this is the life I wanted. So thank you so much. That was so good.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, so someone tell me what we're talking about here in this song. Who wants to start?
It's loaded.
Well, I mean,
Bob,
on
go.
a big scale, a big overview of the thing. It's about women pushing back against male dominance.
Sure. All right,
You know,
Chris.
like I said earlier, you can break these songs down into simple one-liners, but then each line becomes its own discussion. And this song has been the most discussed in the history of the discussion list.
Okay. It is true.
Notches.
All right. But the question, though, that might direct this conversation, though, is whether or not it's the same subject that Lead Balloon visits later on.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. So there was, in the interim, before this album was released, there was a flow chart published in Rolling Stone that basically was the story of the old lady of Laurel Canyon, who all of Joni's lovers were. And this is all material that I've gleaned. I've never read any of the autobiographies or the biographies or the books written about it. I've just, I've watched a couple of documentary films, and it was all, anything I know about her is from the list, the discussion list and contemporaneous interviews and articles. My understanding is that she was infuriated by this flowchart published in Rolling Stone and confronted Jan Wenner about it. To which point, basically, she's written this song describing her isolation because she was given the specter of original sin, and she thought it was completely patriarchal. That this was her reaction to her feeling that she had been isolated on the basis of an antiquated patriarchal point of view. The whole thing about Your Nacha's Liberation Doll was, I believe what I've gleaned is that might have been Wenner's response to her. Don't be upset about this. We've given you your freedom. These are your notches, your belt notches.
Ooh.
What men would do when they would make a score, they would put a notch in their belt, or so that they could brag to this is something you should be able to carry away. The Liberation Doll being the ugly part of that, perhaps, sentence. Okay, that's my understanding of where this song comes from. It may be completely wrong or warped or crazy. Bob, I know you've got some insight.
Well, all I want to say is, I agree with 99.9% of that, and that I've seen the flow chart, which is referred to as the old lady of L.A., as in EL-LAY.
So terrible.
Where shame on her for sleeping with all these guys, but the guys could sleep around all they wanted and no problem.
Right.
That was a double standard, right? But God forbid, she should be sexually free. It was okay for the guys, not okay for her. And that's part and parcel of what this song is addressing.
Absolutely.
She's pushing back on that.
The whole thing about prophet witches, a strong woman, they were burned at the stake because they dared to challenge the patriarchal, points of view and the people in charge, this, she went so deep and so clear in this song, for me, in anyway. Wow.
Mark.
To me, can we go back to the gallery? This is kind of distracting.
Yeah.
Oh, who's on? I have it on the gallery, but who's on Spotlight?
You
I
are.
don't know.
Oh, I am?
Yes. You're speaking. Whoever's speaking becomes.
Oh,
Spotlight, yeah.
okay. So how? I think you have to switch it on your computer.
Yeah, you can change the gallery, Mark, on your computer.
It's in the top right.
There y'all are.
Okay. To me, this is just about, I don't know about the history that Chris just described, but it's about an ugly argument that she's having with this man. It's maybe not even Joni, whoever is singing the song, is having with this man who is drunk, obviously drunk. And she's talking about when your man gets weak. And he's like just pining and pissing and moaning about how she's, the liberated woman and that she's making him drink. At least that's what I get from the Notch's, your Notch's Liberation Doll. He says, a room full of glasses. And he says, well, those glasses, my drinking, that's your Notch's Liberation Doll. You're making me do this. And she's going, bullshit, you're just feeling sorry for yourself. Now, there's a whole other thread that runs through this about the patriarchy, like you said, and about original sin and how women were blamed for original sin, and it's been put on them, wash my guilt of Eden, wash and balance me, and God goes up the chimney, snug in your Bible belt, take winds of change, patriarchs, snug in your Bible belt, dream, that's all in there too. I never could figure out the part about anima rising, because every time I've looked up anima, isn't that like a female persona?
Sigmund Freud, right? The Freud animus
Spirit, yeah.
discussion.
I don't know.
I think it was more. Wasn't it Carl Jung? It was like a.
Oh yeah, Carl Jung. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say David Phillips will know all about this.
It's about an archetype of a woman, a female person.
It's also. I don't see how this fits in with the song that much, but it's the female energy in the unconscious of a man.
That's what confuses me.
Where in the lyrics it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that way, but in Jungian psychology, it's the female unconscious, or the feminine, not female, the feminine unconscious that motivates the masculine. So, but it's all about the rising of female energy, the rising of feminine strength and power.
That's what I get from it. I mean, she's a vengeful little goddess with an ancient crown to fight. This is anima rising, uprising in me tonight. And you're not gonna steamroll over me like that. You're not gonna feel sorry for yourself and tell me that I'm a witch or whatever and say, we walked on the moon, you be polite. You're not going to do that to me. No, fuck you. I'm leaving on the 1:15. There's no
darn right.
Since I was 17,
All right, so we have Laura, and then David, then Chris, then Bob, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, I left mine up.
Oh, okay.
Well, I've always been fascinated by the title on this song, and don't interrupt the sorrow. Let me be sorrowful, and to me, that speaks of anti-gaslighting. Let me have my feelings. My feelings are good, and then the anima rising part. I've always thought that was like the soul. Anima, referring to the soul, like animation, animals, the soul, and then Queen of Queens. I thought that was a sort of a play on words to the Lord of Lords. Jesus is the Lord of Lords. Mary is the Queen of Queens. and wash my guilt of Eden. Well, Eve fell in the Garden of Eden, and the wash away my guilt of Eden that came through Mary. And she's a vengeful little goddess with an ancient crown to fight. I thought that really described Mary, that every time you see her, she kind of looks like a goddess, in some of the statues. She has a crown on, and the ancient crown to fight definitely is, the patriarchy that runs throughout the Christian message. That's just what I'm getting out of this from my own background. But the don't interrupt the sorrow, to me, that has just, that in and of itself, if somebody said that to me, it would cause me to stop and to think about what is going on here. Am I not giving them their space so that they can have that sorrow? And then the animarizing too. One of our JMDL sisters, Catherine, that used to be her email address. So when I first joined the JMDL, I always thought, animarizing, who is that? And what is that? And yeah, this song has been discussed and discussed and discussed. And I really liked what Mark said about your notches liberation dollar, and then bringing that back to a room full of glasses. Maybe it's not the notches on the belt, it's the room full of glasses, and she's getting him drunk, so she has some kind of power over him, by getting him drunk there.
Mm.
Oh, Mark, you're on mute.
Les Irvin actually asked her about this in a phone conversation once. And she said she had to think about it. She had to go back through her mind and think about it. She goes, oh yeah, the line before that is the room full of glasses. And I'm right, I'm sorry. But she actually confirmed that that's what she was talking about.
Well, she does come back and say 17 glasses, Rhine wine.
Too. What's that?
She comes back and says 17 glasses, Rhine wine. Milk of the Madonna, clandestine, which she mispronounces, but I thought, okay, I'll give that to her. And I think that's in terms of Liebfrau Milch. Is that Milk of the Madonna?
Yeah.
Yes.
That wine?
Liebfrau Milch.
Blue Nun. That was a really popular
Blue Nun
at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, while I have the green circle around me, the green square, the green rectangle, I'll say I thought it was interesting that Jeff Bezos, of course, is shot off into space, and one of the people that he chose to go with him was a astronaut who was approved back in the Mercury program, and they didn't choose any of these astronauts. None of these women went into space at the time, even though they all passed by far, maybe even better than the guys did. And so I'm no Jeff Bezos fan, but it was very cool of him to pick this 80-plus-year-old woman to go into space finally, after having been approved by NASA to fly in the Mercury training program. And Joni has again this Conquered Moon from is that Willie Conquered Moon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has been on this theme more than once.
Yeah,
she's a big moon person.
All right, Dave.
What do you all think? This changing topic a little bit, but what do you all think about the kind of swampy dobro conga kind of treatment of this? It feels like something we've never heard from her before. It feels very, very southern, very rootsy, and not necessarily connected to the subject of the song in my mind, but it's an interesting sound, and there's nothing like it on the rest of the album either.
Right. All right, so we had David, Chris, and then somebody else.
But I don't want to break in. What I'm saying doesn't follow up on Dave. So if you want to talk about the sound, that'd be fine by me.
It's the only song that has congas on it,
Right.
with by Victor Feldman.
I love those congas too.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Such a good feel.
And
When I hear the song in the car, I'm always playing the congas on my steering wheel.
I'm singing the backup vocals. When Sue was playing, I was singing the backup vocals.
It's swampy. We're back in the bayou. I mean, she's down south with the dark people for this, I think. And I
Back
think
in the deep, deep heart of Dixie.
Are there
yeah.
any other Joni Mitchell songs with a dobro on any album?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
There are plenty with congas, but I can't think of one with dobro.
Well, there's plenty of pedal steel on Taming the Tiger in there.
Yeah.
She's got a bit of pedal steel on Blue, but once she met Greg Lease, then she was using pedal steel as kind of a substitute orchestra, which is an awesome instrument where it'll float like strings.
Right.
Yeah, he's fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, Katie Lang used him, and Holly Cole, and he was just in everybody's
Sure.
band.
All right, David.
Yeah, so this is actually following up on what Laura said about the sorrow, the interrupted sorrow. And I think that one of it's a Buddhist thing, infinite sorrow, because it's like a goal, or there's something about the world that is in infinite sorrow and infinite compassion. And that, and the death and birth and death and birth and death and birth. And this, and so I get this whole idea that through this whole song, that one of the things is like, look, the woman is saying to the guy, pull your fucking weight, pull your fucking weight. And his response is, I'm gonna be a 2-year-old. And that's, and it ends with, it takes a heart like Mary's when your man gets weak. And so that this whole anima, this whole man, again, good old Joni, man and woman, going back and forth between each other, go yin yang, pull your fucking weight in this game of infinite sorrow. So that's my riff on this today.
All right, Sue, I see your hand up.
Mute. Sue, you're on mute.
I have to think of myself in like this song reminds me of the fights I used to have with my ex-husband. So we'd both be really drunk and we would continually talk past each other. And they were circular conversations where nobody was winning and nobody was losing. And it was almost like, yeah, but I know you are, but what am I? It's like this whole thing of going, and when you're drunk, you don't really, you just say, like, everything just comes out and you say the meanest stuff you can possibly think of and throw glasses and stuff like that. So that reminded me of, just a real, the type of fights that you have with, people when you're really drunk and they're stupid. But it's funny because she said that she got this title one night when she was hanging out with somebody and they actually said this line, hey, well, just don't interrupt the sorrow. And she went, oh man, that's excellent. I need this line. I then wrote the song, but, and the whole darn right, it's such a puncher, and I think that, I would love to know her process as far as, writing this song from what Dave was saying, like even the chord, like the way she plays it all up and down, and it's like a really, rockin' song, and I could see her playing that chord progression and thinking of the drums and everything, so maybe that's how it got to be that type of song, even though it was kind of out of character for her to have that kind of setup. Because it went with the words. It went with the sentiment of like this, drunken fight. I don't know. That's how I see it anyway.
Interesting, Sue, because when you're describing the drunken fight, and I'm hearing in my mind, as I'm listening to the song that it's really so dynamically, carefully constructed in terms of it kind of floats a little bit. I don't hear it quite maybe as driving as you do. I hear it kind of
that's true.
And flowing. It so there's room in it, for the conga to voice and things like that. So I kind of feel that in a way she's constructed it in a very very sort of almost like like a jigsaw puzzle where every piece has its own shape to it, and she's fitting these pieces around each other. Again, this is one of those examples. And so I don't know if that was, I'm not disagreeing with your assessment that it would be a drunken, out of control moment, a description between people in a relationship. But I'm just saying that maybe there's a juxtaposition in the way she's constructed this song around those powerful words describing that. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and now I have to go back and listen to it again with this kind of perspective.
Well, it's there's a lot of course, her lyrics are very intellectual too, in the way that she's bringing up all these philosophical ideas, and then the guy is coming back with we walked on the moon. What are you saying? You can do all.
I always took that in a slightly different way. Over the decades, I've come to an interpretation of that line. We walked on the moon. You be polite, and that is of somebody sort of putting her down because she's Canadian, saying, and this person would be American. We walked on the moon. You be polite, in that sort of dismissive way. That's what Canadians do. They're just polite, but we walked on the moon, I don't know. There might be too what's the word? Simplistic.
Works for me, Chris.
Mark, was your hand up?
Yeah, I've always thought that this song, the lyrics to this song are as close to she ever approached to pure poetry. Maybe a specific type of poetry, because she's using language in such a way that she's distilling a lot of things, a lot of meaning, I think, into almost every word of this song. And you kind of have to puzzle your way through it. That's just my opinion.
Bob.
So yeah, it could be the Canadian American thing, but it could also be, the last one near the end of the song. He says, "Bring that bottle kindly, and I'll pad your purse." In other words, all you are is a waitress to me. Oh. So go bring me my bottle I need, and I'll give you a tip. That's what you are.
He gave her a room full of Chippendale. Here we go.
Well,
Mark, did I cut you off?
Song, which we'll get to maybe.
Maybe. Mark, did I cut you off before you're done? I apologize.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm not quite sure what I was going to... I was going to say that I don't think that I'm absolutely right about everything, so forget what I said about the Nash's Liberation Doll, about being right. We all have our own interpretation.
Hey, but you heard it from the horse's mouth, so there.
Les actually sent me the recording of the phone conversation. I've got it somewhere. I can send it to you if you want. I think he shared it at some point on the list.
David, is your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to say I always read the line, "Bring the bottle kindly and I'll pad your purse" was that he wasn't. That was to another person. The waitress or whoever he's asking for the bottle is not the person that he's been having an argument with. That the person he's been having an argument with has left already, and now he's sitting there.
All right. Do we have any other thoughts on "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow," or did we cover it in our 45-minute discussion? All right. Well, Bob, did Shaka Khan cover this once, or am I imagining things? Did she attempt to?
She might have done it in concert, but she's never officially released it. It took 32 years for somebody to cover this song, and that would have been Brad Mehldau, who did a piano instrumental version of it on the Reprise Joni tribute. So when 2007 rolled around, between Brad Meldau's cover of "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow" and Bjork's cover of "Boho Dance," this album was finally covered 100%. But then all of a sudden, in about 2015, 16, this song took off. I mean, it has 13 covers, including Morrissey, Oleta Adams, who, if you might know, is the backup singer with Tears for Fears, covered it. So really, a really great version. I mean, she can sing her pipes,
Yeah, she has a great voice.
Yeah. So that's worth seeking out. PM Dawn sampled it in the 80s on a song called Forever Damaged on the album Jesus Wept. And they're one of my favorite hip hop bands. So I knew when I heard that, I said, oh, that's a sample from Don't Interrupt the Sorrow.
Wow.
So it's had some attention paid to it, but it's not an easy song. It's not easy lyrically. It's not, I don't think it's easy musically. Maybe Dave can back me up on that, but I'm not a musician. But, you know, again, if you're making choices of Joni songs to cover, this one doesn't pop up immediately.
It's actually has a similarity to This Flight Tonight in the chord progression, but she's also making a lot of use of this chord structure, which is a chord she started using back on Blue, and she used it again on Cold Blue Steel, and she was using it in her piano writing too. So what we just heard from Sue playing it, you could hear her using this chord. These are very Steely Dan kind of chords. My ear picked that up because I was into that back then, and so the rest of the song was pretty much the
tuning as Cold Blue Steel and Sweet Fire.
It has similarities to that, but also to that type of progression that I just did. It's also reminiscent of This Flight Tonight progression.
So either way, she's leaving on the 115.
Well, it's all it's open G, but with the C lowered on both.
Right, so that gives you standard tuning, but that gives you this chord, which she also used to open people's parties.
Yeah, Court and Spark, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So she was, I could talk at length about this, but she was really an innovator in the pop world of using very choice jazz chords that only people like Steely Dan and eventually Al Jarreau and stuff would be using. But in the 70s, this was a new language for singer-songwriters. And when Crosby said, we didn't understand what she was doing, he was absolutely right, because he came out of a folk rock background and had not done the innovating that she had done. And her ear led her to these very lush kind of chords, because for her, they're chords of inquiry, or they're evocative of pictures. But when you kind of know what they're called, you get to you see how she used them over and over again.
I think later on she cites them as sort of coming out of her exposure to Ellington, and that kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the line from Ravel to Ellington to Bill Evans to, whatever that line is. There was a kind of a beauty to these kinds of chords that were perfectly fit the kind of poetry that she would write. So she didn't necessarily study it and find out what they were called, but she kept coming back to it over and over again. And I think her piano writing has her most interesting harmony, and by far. Her tunings are interesting, and some of them, like on Hejira, are very interesting, but her piano songs, and there aren't that many of them, and we're talking about, 15 of them or something, they contain a lot of very interesting harmony, and she doesn't get enough credit for that because people always talk about her tunings. But as a piano player, and this is something Diana Krall said at the Joni 75, that she said exactly this: people talk about her tunings, but her piano writing is really fascinating.
Well, I'm playing a little bit of both. I kind of love what she does with her drone strings. I think she finds a way of using the drone strings, just constantly innovative within a song. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like that recipe, that that ingredient that goes in everything in the song, and she makes it work. And it's a beautiful, beautiful way of writing.
A dulcimer is built around a drone string.
Mhm.
She probably was attracted to that because of that quirk that it has. You always get this droning string.
I mean, there's a world music kind of, sort of root in that too. That that doesn't translate to pop songs, easily.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any other thoughts on Don't Interrupt the Sorrow? All right. Well, we have one more track before we finish side one.
We're ahead of schedule.
You're ahead of schedule.
For this
All right.
album.
So the album the word cinematic keeps coming up, and I think it doesn't get any more cinematic than Shades of Scarlet Conquering. The strings, when I listened to this the other day, back in the day, this maybe wasn't my favorite song. I love every song on this album, but it really stood out to me in this. Do you all have that happen where different songs will jump out to you at different times? And this is the one that kind of like, holy shit. Wow. So who wants to start the conversation on this one? It's a big one to dive into. I feel like we're all standing at the side of the pool. Joni's in there doing the backstroke, getting your picture taken.
You brought up the great part about the way at least the version on the original studio LP, the strings are breathtaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're very much Hollywood strings too. They're strings harking back to the great movie era. It was an arranger called Dale Oler.
Oh, okay.
And Dale Oler, I haven't heard other stuff that he's done, but I did research him a bit, and he was just kind of one of those LA arrangers that would do movies and albums of the time. But I thought he did a gorgeous job of capturing the cinematic nature of the tune. In fact, when we performed this album, I thought the string part was so important and our piano player was playing the piano part. So I decided to learn the string arrangement on the guitar, and using volume pedal and a Mellotron pedal that I had, I was able to simulate the Dale Oler's string arrangement. And it came out really good, actually, if you look on YouTube.
Awesome.
Our version of that. But anyway, it really was such an integral part of the song that if you left out the strings, you would have, impoverished the music, I think.
Dave, I'm glad you didn't use the ARP synthesizer to do the string part.
Yeah. Well, this is my instrument, and I make it do whatever I can.
Amazing. All right, so we're talking about Scarlet O'Hara here, right? All right, Bob, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Chasing the Ghosts of Gable and Flynn, Shades of Scarlet Conquering is obviously lots of notes about Gone with the Wind and the whole Scarlet O'Hara thing. And I think it's almost, that we go back to the deep, deep heart of Dixie. Mm-hmm. It's almost a sister song to Hissing of Summer Lawns, where you have a woman who's stuck in a relationship that she's maybe is not the best thing, but she's in it for whatever it's worth. It's a gorgeous song.
I think it does introduce. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
We'll do Mark, then Chris.
She's making a comparison to Scarlet O'Hara here, and she's talking about a woman in 1975. And I read that she based it on Ronnie Blakely. I don't know how you pronounce that name, but she was a singer, actress. She was in the film Nashville, actually. She played Barbara Jean, which was like one of the main parts in Nashville. But
she was also on the Rolling Thunder tour.
Yes. But she's comparing this woman to Scarlet O'Hara, somebody that's driven, somebody that is greedy, somebody that always needs more. And any man in the world holding out his arm will soon be made to pay. Mm-hmm. She's not somebody that's gonna be nurturing. I don't know what else to say about it. It's a great portrait song.
Yeah, I mean, what I meant to say was it was one of these L.A. suburban nightmare songs, which is sort of a running theme of some of the songs in this record.
I kind of see this as being a bridge song between Don't Interrupt the Sorrow, where she's had this argument and they're discussing what is power and what am I allowed to, to say, to being given free reign, where to the point where I feel that Scarlet, or the woman she's describing as Scarlet, is confusing power and the point where we meet her on the other side of the break on the next song and she's been bought out. And to the point where later on she goes on to throw him out. So I mean, I'm sensing there's an arc happening here, and I don't know, if the women in the room could elucidate me if there's any reality in that or not. I sense that there's some type of an arc at work here.
All right. Before we go into our next, I just want to add, like, all those old movies always had those campy, over the top moments, and Joni doesn't disappoint. A woman must have everything. I love those. And then again, in Harry's house, what does she say? Nothing's any good. All right.
Sounds like a John Waters line.
Yeah, so good. So we're gonna do Laura, then Sue, then David. That's the upcoming lineup here.
Yeah, I see this song as she's given men one back. We're keeping a tally on these songs, because there's a lot of truth in this, for, I don't know if it's just in the South or not, but, a woman must have everything. And the Lovers in Anger, Block of Ice, the whole song here is like describing kind of the bitchiness of women, if you will. And Scarlet, the whole I keep thinking of the line, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn," because that's like one of the most famous lines in the movie Gone with the Wind. And this description of women here, or a woman here, really makes you, kind of stand with that. Like, who gives a damn about this woman who must have everything, and she likes to have things her way. That is kind of a turnoff. It's like they're supposed to be sort of more equal, but here we have it on the other end of the scale, where now the men are kind of being put down, and the woman is being demanding. And I love the song. I absolutely love the song. Like I said, I danced to it for the mother and daughter dance of my oldest son's wedding. And as I was thinking of the words, and I had posed it to the JMDL, what song should I dance to with my son? And I was thinking of this one, and some people were like, no, you should never dance to this song at a wedding. But as I was dancing, I was thinking, my son is his wife is a very strong woman, and and then I was thinking of myself too in my own marriage, how demanding I can be, and oversightful toward the feelings of my husband. Like, it just has to be this way, and he usually gives in. So and the melodic nature of this song, it's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Just like the Gone with the Wind movie was beautiful, where in the song, it talks about sweeping ballroom gowns. This whole song is like that. You know, it's like those sweeping ballroom gowns in its beauty. And it's definitely one of my favorite songs, and a song that sticks in my mind. And the scarlet, the color scarlet, you know, even, you know, that it's a perfect color for the song.
Blood red fingernails.
Yeah.
My favorite line, some of my favorite lines, dressed in stolen clothes, she stands cast iron and frail, with her impossibly gentle hands and her blood red fingernails.
Elvis Costello talks about that line.
Yeah, those are great lines.
You couldn't write a better line.
No, he was right about that, Elvis Costello, and he said that there's how many lines like that in all of her songs.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Sue.
I guess I mean I was going to bring up that whole stanza about the stolen clothes. I mean that's basically you know, the type of woman who you know, is kind of like a trophy wife in the sense of, you know, this is the way it's got to be. You know, like I've known people who, you know, have to have a certain amount of, you know, status and, you know, things, but then it all falls apart. You know, I mean, all this stuff is, you know, kind of sets up the illusion, kind of like what happened to Scarlet at the end when, you know, Atlanta's burning down, you know. And I mean, I just think it's so beautiful. There's another line where it says, oh gosh, the greed line. I can't really, you know.
Carry the weight of all that greed.
Yeah. And the need, like it's like she has the need and the greed in the same line. You know, it's just so amazing. You know, it's a character portrait of, you know, like a kind of like a narcissist, you know, who's ultimately gonna, you know, fall.
She's confusing power and vanity.
Yeah.
Carry the weight of all that greed.
Yeah, it's an exquisite song. I mean, you know, it's just shocking in certain ways, like to listen to it. Like you said before, like somebody said before, it's like you haven't heard it in a while, right?
Yeah.
Put it on and you're like, oh my God, this song is devastating. It's just like so beautiful. You know?
It definitely is from a time that has passed. I mean, does anyone even close their eyes on the X-rated scenes anymore? We're all so damn desensitized.
See, that's another thing about the, you know, the dichotomy of this person's personality, because she wants it, but she doesn't. You know, she can't have anything mess up the outside of her, you know, her facade, you know.
Right.
And something like that, even though, you know, she may, you know, maybe part of what she's doing, nobody else can know, you know. It's pretty intense. Like there's so many levels to what's going on in the personalities, you know.
All right, David, I saw your hand was up.
Mute. You're on mute, David.
Got it. So, yeah, it's a fabulous song, and I really enjoyed this discussion. It was, I think, when Laura was talking, I was thinking, remembering the song before, whose name I forget. The guy says, you know, we walked on the moon, you be polite, and if you have that as like stupid masculinity, you know, and then it's followed up with this song of like, or you know, this culturally oppressed man who all he can say is, we're smarter than you, and then this other portrait of a woman who is sort of has her femininity maybe culturally sculpted in a certain way that's not working, you know. That's all.
All right, anyone else want to jump in about Shades of Scarlet Conquering before we move over to Bob and talk about the cover versions?
So there's only 11. It took a while for this one as well. 1992. The first cover was from Martha and the Muffins.
Oh,
They were a Canadian pop band who some of you may know. I knew of them back in the 80s. They had a bunch of kind of 80s pop rock stuff. And this song was on what I would say is the very first genuine Joni tribute CD from Canada called Back to the Garden.
Yep, that's right.
And it was cut out fairly early. Now you could argue, and I would because I know that the very first Joni cover, I got it.
Trivia. I was on a doctoral.
This 8-track from 1975 by Sarah Smith, who did a bunch of Joni songs, but her name's probably not Sarah Smith. It was sold in a truck stop. And so I found this on eBay, obviously, and
Wow.
it's just copies of the songs. But I would say the first true Joni Mitchell tribute album was Back to the Garden, 1992, and Martha and the Muffins contributed the song. And if you've heard Back to the Garden, you know that almost all the versions of these songs are radically different from what Joni did, which is fine. Have no problem with that. Betty Buckley also did a really nice cover of the song. Betty Buckley is a huge Joni Mitchell fan. She was from the show Age is Enough, if you remember that. And she's a big Broadway star, recording artist.
She was the original Grisabella on Broadway.
Yeah. She's a wonderful artist. Christine Collister from England does an amazing version of the song. I would urge you to seek that out. It's just beautiful. It's a really, really nice song. Should be done a lot more than 11 because it's a gorgeous, gorgeous song. Lyrically brilliant, musically brilliant.
And can we talk about how perfect the fade out it is? And when you're listening to it on vinyl, how the song ends and then it's just the end of the side one. It's perfection.
Perfect time for a break. And just this song really underscores just how beautifully melodic this period was for Joni, because when you think ahead to what comes with the next record, it's a very, very different sound. And there was a tour in between where if you got a chance to see it, you were like, what are those new songs? What's going on? You got accustomed to this lush melody, this really, just structurally voluptuous songs that were going to change.
Dave, is your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to say that her voice was super outstanding at this time. It was beautiful on Hejira, but she had lost some range already.
Mm-hmm.
But her voice on For the Roses, Court and Spark, and Hissing, it had no boundaries. She could hit any note perfectly. She could hold any note as long as she wanted. She just had an incredible voice at that time.
I feel like she didn't really go into the helium range on the lead vocals in Hissing, but you can still hear it in some of those harmonies.
Yeah,
like she's really hitting some notes up there.
Yeah, on Shadows and Light in particular, she stacked herself, very high.
Yeah,
and she could make that transition from, I guess, the chest voice to the head voice very easily. I mean, you didn't notice it like you did on some of the earlier recordings. So right. Very smooth. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah. Dave, I'm not sure. I don't know if I completely agree that she had lost range. I think she chose not to use it on Hejira because I feel like a lot of it came back for
her that said it, Chris.
Yeah.
Said it. I forget where I heard it, but she said, "Yeah, my melodies were I had to kind of shrink the range of my melodies by that time."
Yeah, because I feel she got it. I feel she got a lot of it back for Mingus. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, Don Juan too. There were some places on that where she hit some high notes, like "You see that bird bobbing under spotlights." She went up pretty high there.
I'm not really just talking about high notes. I'm just talking about she had such a command of her voice for this particular phase.
As an instrument, to making, she would complement strings and horns brilliantly the way she sang on this record.
Right. And that's all. Remember, just because someone can hit the notes doesn't mean it's as comfortable. Like you could, You can still hit them, but maybe it wasn't as easy or as effortless. And that's when the range starts to shrink. All right. Any thoughts on side one of Hissing of Summer Lawns before we pause for a moment here? All right. The strings are trailing off. The needle's hitting the side of the record, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Right.
All right. The Joni Mitchell family is back for another 6 hours to talk about side two of the Hissing of Summer Lawns. So I have 2 words to say about the song, The Hissing of Summer Lawns. Free Britney. Trapped in the mansion, in the blue pools and the squinting sun. Of course, it's not the same thing, but it is a little bit. So,
absolutely fabulous. Doesn't Patsy walk into the restroom? Or didn't they get locked in the restroom or something? And she had walked into it singing "The Hissing of Summer Lawns."
Yes,
she does that.
And Absolutely Fabulous is so good. All right, so what do y'all think of this song?
It's like so many songs on this record. It's so picturesque. It's so well written and so lyrically brilliant that you can visually see everything in front of you that she writes about. You can just see the room full of Chippendale.
Mm-hmm.
Everything says is just right in front of you.
My favorite part is the interlude. You know, like darkness.
Oh yeah.
Is this her first collaboration?
Yes.
John Garrett is listed in the credits as.
Yeah, that's correct. They co-wrote this song, and they co-wrote another song called the O.C. Smith, who had a hit with Little Green Apples. Not to be confused with Little Green. They wrote a song together, that he recorded. The only version of the song recorded. The name escapes me, but I'll come back to it. We'll be on the song long enough. It'll come to me.
So what do you think he contributed to this song?
Probably just some music, because the lyrics are so brilliant. He would never come up with any of these words.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it out loud.
Who played guitar on this song? Bob, do you know who played guitar on this
James
song?
Taylor, Sue.
It was James Taylor? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Garen would have been responsible for all the harmony.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, Garen's is on arrangement, drums, and moog on this song.
Oh.
Like there's this kind of chord. You would never hear that coming from this is a jazz chord. And Joni, with all her brilliance, would never have found that. So
right.
That's Garen.
Victor Feldman on keyboards, Chuck Finley on trumpet and flugelhorn, like the rest of the album. Bud Shank on sax and flute, replacing Tom Scott. And trivia, Bud Shank recorded both sides now and released it. James Taylor guitar, Max Bennett bass, and then John Garen moog, drums, and arrangement.
Now, how interesting from James Taylor, because the last time he played on one of her albums was Blue, right? So to go from... Was he on For the Roses? Was he on For the Roses at all? Only in the lyrical content, right?
Right.
But to go from playing guitar on All I Want to Hissing of Summer Lawns is a little bit of a jump. So pretty cool. And I wonder if she had the title first or the song first. Because I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, Hissing of Summer Lawns is a great title. I got to write a song now. And we'll never know.
Another slam from Rolling Stone. The title was the worst album title of the year, according to Rolling Stone.
And they were, of course, dead wrong.
Stupid.
Strangely theatrical, too, with the way she pronounces it. She trails those S's.
Oh, yeah.
Summer Lawns.
Which references the snake on the cover of the record. You know, the hissing of the sprinklers is the hissing of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
Is the darkness inside these richness of LA homes where they have lots of money and lots of boredom.
It's so ingrained in my being that, you know, if I'm driving through a suburban neighborhood with my windows down, the sprinklers are going, I'm like, oh, yep, hissing of summer lawns.
Saliva slithering down the horn. It's funny. She describes this whole, decay of the soul in suburbia so carefully and surgically here. It's really freaking great. What can I say?
Well, and I'll let Mark tell the story of who the song is about and where it came from.
Well, according to Shaka Khan, this came from a visit that Joni made to Jose Feliciano's home when he was married to his first wife. She originally had mentioned this during Joni's Jazz. When was that?
1999, Central.
1999.
And Joni was in the audience and told her, shut up.
Tried to shush her, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so she stopped with the story, but there is a video on the website. I was describing it, and I've seen it on YouTube too, where she's in a different performance in a club or something, and she's talking to the audience, and she tells them, this is a song by Joni Mitchell, and she told me that it's about a visit to Jose Feliciano's house, which was very disappointing to me, if you want to know the truth, because to think about these images about the cup and the cane and darkness being literal, I didn't like that. I liked the metaphor of that better than I liked blindness, actual blindness. It just seemed like a cheap shot in a way.
It wasn't very charitable, that's for sure.
No. So I'm hoping that maybe Shaka was wrong, but
Well, Jose played on Court and Spark. He was one of the guitar players on Court and Spark, and I think Joni definitely played on that whole blindness, Diamond Dog carrying a cup and a cane. I mean, obviously, you're talking about somebody that's blind, and I think she sympathized, like "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow," sympathized with a woman trapped in a relationship, or by her own choosing, trapped in a relationship that she did not want to be in.
Definitely.
She stays with the lover of her choice. It's the hissing of summer lawns.
Right.
There's images that show up again. That she says, "I'm leaving here," but she don't go. There's this kind of the idea of when a woman knows that she needs to remove her from a abusive situation, or otherwise know that there's something else for her somewhere else. It's pretty good. It's pretty great.
I think in those days, or even earlier, there was the perception that there wasn't anything else out there for her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like they feel trapped because there's only a limited amount of choices that they have.
Well, I don't know if in 1975 it would still have been true, but there was a time when a woman had difficulty opening a credit card account without her husband's consent or somebody else.
1975 or something like that. It was much later than you would think.
Yeah.
Much later.
My parents were divorced in '76, and my mom had that problem.
Wow. And that's not, I mean, it's a while back, but it's not as far back as we'd like to think that things like that were happening.
What's funny is I got my job at Cornell in 1986, and I got a job in the administration building, and the woman in the office told me that it was only last year, so 1985, that they allowed women to wear pants to work.
Wow.
So there's a lot of stuff that didn't change for a long time in certain areas,
And still, more change still has to happen too. 2021, there's still some ways to go.
Well, yeah, we're not quite there yet.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to say about this song? Because we're about to get to I think boho dances. We're gonna have a lot to say about that one.
I just want to ask Dave. Dave, isn't there a kind of a bridge in this song where it's like they have that interlude in the middle with the? Would you call it a bridge?
Yeah, I'd probably call it an interlude actually, but yeah, and it's a beautiful horn line, and I love her body.
Oh yeah.
The
So-
scat singing, yeah.
So it's so pure jazzy, But no, I think Garen really did a good job of helping her put that together because she had been interested in jazz and she had met Tom Scott and people that could play jazz, but she wasn't still immersed in until Jocko and Wayne Shorter, she wasn't really around hardcore jazz people. But Garen, who's actually from San Diego, I saw a picture of him playing the drums when he was 17 at a little restaurant that we go to over on the coast, in 1959 or something. So he's a local boy, but he really was a jazz guy that got studio work in LA doing pop sessions. So like Max Bennett started out as an upright bass player in Iowa and working with Peggy Lee and stuff, and then he decided to make the switch to electric bass, and all the jazz people said, "Oh, you're a sellout," But he got all the work because everybody wanted Fender bass at that point. So he got to play on Steve McQueen's Bullet. If you ever think of that soundtrack, it's Max. And so he quit playing upright and went did all electric from that point. But Garen was a schooled musician himself and was able to work this arrangement, I think, very well. And I think it's a beautiful tune.
Well, she said at the end of those liner notes, thank you to John Dern for showing me the root of the chord and where one was.
Right.
I thought that was I was, but no, it didn't.
Yeah, me too.
When she's talking about counting, just counting the beats, is that all that's about?
Well, when music is heavily syncopated, like think of Afro-Cuban or salsa music, it's often hard to where one is because everything is so off the beat.
Huh.
Now, I wouldn't say that's true of this song because
Right.
it's slow and obviously in 4/4, but maybe in other situations, Garen helped her out that way.
So that's a rhythmic thing, not a chord.
It's interesting though. I always feel that.
Yeah.
Well, there's in harmony. There's also the notion of the home key, which is called the one chord. But I think I always felt like she was referring to rhythm, counting in that acknowledgement. But when jazz harmony gets more, when the chord gets bigger, your ear is drawn to the higher notes in the chord. So, well, that example I gave a minute ago, if I play this, right, that's just I don't know how this comes across in the mic, but your ear is hearing that. But if you put it against its root, this is a pretty obscure root note for what you're hearing up here. So in the upper structure versus the lower structure of the chord becomes confusing to your ear if you're not used to that. And so having Garen point out where the root of the chord is would have been interesting to her. And she was such a fast learner that she probably didn't have to be told twice and was able to understand that right away.
I think I could see her gleaning that information from him, readily. Though in terms of the counting thing, I always found her, her sense of rhythms and timing so sophisticated that I almost think that for her to acknowledge that she had to learn where one was from anybody was kind of almost like, I guess, her capitulating to a more standardized sense of rhythm, you know. And I think why do I think she wound up abandoning that later on? I don't know why.
Well, there are tunes like "Crazy Cries of Love," which have a very outside kind of syncopation, where until she lands squarely on the one, you can't quite tell where the beat is, and I think she did the similar thing in Harlem and Havana.
Right.
These 12/8 feels. So she was into obscuring the one. That's a fun jazz thing to do, is to make it sort of wrong foot you,
Sort of the few times I've seen her, I've watched her hands, and it's like she does this counting thing with her hands, but it doesn't go anywhere where my head thinks it should be. So I'm thinking, what is she hearing? There's
even back on Chelsea Morning, there's a passage in that where it's won't you stay, what is the part where she goes something like that. It's an interesting syncopation right before that. Won't you stay? We'll put on a day. And so she was definitely hip to those kinds of sideways rhythms, and early. I mean, that's an early song, and right there you could tell that she was stepping away from folk music.
Right. All right. Any other thoughts on Hissing of Summerlands, David?
I've always thought there should be a compendium of Bob syllables of Joni. I just love Baladon Tweedon. It's like, where does that come from?
Yeah.
Bob, Laura.
I just wanted to say that it's interesting to me, the title of this song and the story is fairly simple compared to a lot of Joni stories in her songs. And it's interesting to me that this is the title track of the album. I'm wondering, did she come up with the title of the song with it was going to be an album in the mind, in her mind, right, or did she pick it after the song? Kind of interesting.
My gut instinct tells me that I think the title came first, but we'll never know.
Yeah, well, we might know.
Joni, if you're watching, call us.
Yeah, tell Les.
Yeah, tell Les. Bob, how many people covered the Hissing of Summerlands?
20 covers of this one. The first one was in 1978, not too long after the record was released. It was John Handy, who was Charles Dominguez's sax player, starting in 1960. So it was an instrumental cover. And it's been steadily through the years. Every once in a while it gets thrown out there. Most folks do the vocal. Instrumentals are rare, but beautiful song. And then the other song that John Guerin and Joni co-wrote was I Just Couldn't Help Myself. And it's a very, very weak song. I'm thinking John Guerin did most of the work lyrically and musically. There's just not much to it. I mean, I think Joni maybe put her name on it to possibly help it, but I don't know.
Okay. But it didn't help it that much is what you're saying?
It was a B-side to an O.C. Smith song.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to a song that is probably in my top 5 favorite Joni Mitchell songs, the Boho Dance. It's such an exploration of authenticity and artifice and trying to decipher what's genuine and what's not. And that's just been a struggle that I've tried to navigate my whole life, even within myself. Like, oh, I suck. Oh, I'm more genuine. And it's so funny. The opening lines of the song, down in the cellar in the boho zone, I was looking for some sweet inspiration. Oh, well, just another hard time band with Negro affectations. And that's so brilliant and so Joni. Like, she's like, oh, this band's going to be awesome. Then she gets there and she's like, oh, a bunch of crap. And there's just...
But then she admits, I was a hopeful in rooms like these.
Right. When I was working cheap. Oh, this song just has so many layers, and we keep talking about how like the line before it, the line after, and there's just so many lines from the song going through my head that are just some of the things I think were the best lyrics written of all time. So before I go crazy, who wants to start us off on the boho dance?
Dave, are the Mutts gonna play?
Oh yeah. I'm getting tired, so keep me on track a little bit, y'all. Dave and Robin, let me spotlight y'all. And would you treat us to a performance of the boho dance?
Yeah. So we're going to switch over to a different sound here. But so this, of course, was a piano tune originally. And so this is an adaptation for guitar. But we love this tune, too. And in fact, it speaks to musicians' lives because it's all about the struggle and, the whole paradox of is it better to be authentic and starving or get paid? What is it? What is the line about go like virgins to the grave? All right, so I'm going to turn this mic off.
Hello? Okay. Down in the cellar in the boho zone, I went looking for some sweet inspiration. Oh well, just another hard time band with Negro affectations. I was a hopeful in rooms like this when I was working cheap. It's an old romance, the boho dance. It hasn't gone to sleep, but even on the scuffle, the cleaner's press was in my jeans. And any eye for detail caught a little lace along the seams. And you were in the parking lot, subterranean by your own design. Virtue of your style inscribed on your contempt for mine. Jesus was a beggar, he was rich in grace, and the Solomon kept his head in all his glory. It's just that some steps outside the boho dance have a fascination for me. A camera pans the cocktail hour behind a blind of potted palms and finds a lady in a Paris dress with runs in her nylons. Books where luxury comes as a guest to take a slave. Books where artists in noble poverty go like virgins to the grave. Don't you get sensitive on me now, 'cause I know you're just too proud. You couldn't step outside the boho dance now, even if good fortune allowed. Like a priest with a pornographic watch, looking and longing on the sly. Sure, it's stricken from your uniform, but you can't get it out of your eyes. Nothing is capsulized in me on either side of town.
streets were never really mine. Not mine, not mine, these glamour gowns.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Okay, I started crying. I did. You know what? I don't know if I belong more in the streets or the designer gowns, and neither of them are mine either. Like, we're all a bunch of misfits. Oh, shit.
So let's just mention the covers. The Mutts, Dave and Robin and all their musician friends have covered every song on this record brilliantly.
Oh, my gosh.
Bob?
Yes.
Well, we have performed 6 whole albums at this point, and this is one that we wanted to do for a long time. And our drummer Duncan said, "Oh, we should do Hissing," and so that kind of got us motivated. And it took me a while to finish the transcriptions because there was a lot of piano pieces on this album, and there was really no accurate transcriptions of the piano pieces. So I had to do those first so that we could learn how to play.
Thank you so much for them.
Good to know that you benefited too from them, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
But it was really a fun thing to do. We did it with actually we did it twice, and the second time we were booked to play up in L.A. at this. It was a private party. And this guy had heard us, and he said, "Oh, I want to book you, to come and play at our private thing." And, we said, "Really? Like the whole band?" He said, "Yeah, that's going to be expensive." And he said, "Yeah, but," and I said, "Well, would you like us to do the Hissing of Summer Lawns?" And he said, "Yeah." So we played this backyard party and did the whole album.
Wow.
And he had all these guests there that had, never even heard of Joni. Young people that probably never heard of Joni Mitchell. And there were other bands playing before us, but apparently these youngsters were just gobsmacked by this music.
Yeah, they just had never heard anything like it. Well, they were, 20s and maybe mid-20s, but they were going to go out and get her albums. And we've had, at so many of our concerts, people have said, "I've got to go get Joni's album." So that's what we feel one of our contributions are, is introducing her music. So that feels good.
And keeping the music living and breathing too.
Yeah.
But our keyboard player was out of town, and I called 5 or 6 people, including Russell Ferrante of the Yellow Jackets, who had worked with Joni back in '83.
'83, yeah.
And I called all the good keyboard players I could think of that would want to do this, and everybody was unavailable. So we ended up doing the whole album with just me playing the piano parts. So,
but we had another guitar.
We had Jamie Kime on guitar, which is a dream. But I had to kind of cover all the piano parts, so I got handy with that stuff. But it was just so fun to do this music in this kind of impromptu backyard situation.
And you did it in the order of the track listing?
Yeah.
So cool. May I ask which albums have you done the full performances of? I know you told me once, but I'd love to hear again.
Well, we've done Blue, For the Roses. We've done Blue, I think, 3 times, For the Roses twice, Court and Spark once, Hissing twice, Hejira twice, and Mingus twice.
Oh, what a treat to hear these songs live.
I've seen some of them. I've been there sometimes. Fly across the country to see these guys in San Diego.
Yeah,
it's crazy good.
I didn't record For the Roses, or I tried to, but my computer locked up. But we have, I think, about 40 YouTubes. If you go to Mutts of the Planet on YouTube, we've got most of these captured on video. The Mingus stuff, I didn't hire a videographer, so I have an audio capture of it, but not not video. So there's stills from it. But
And I just got to ask, any future plans to tackle any other albums at this time?
well, it's logistically a giant hassle to put on these concerts because
Sure.
our band lives very far away from each other, hundreds of miles apart, and we have to guarantee the money, so we don't
Sure.
never know for sure how many people are going to buy tickets. So it's when we did Hajira, it wasn't just the band. We had, the video guy and backup singers and
And the venue.
and then the venue itself. So it cost $4,000 to put on that concert, which we had to front,
Right.
and then hope that we got it back in ticket sales. So it's just too nerve-wracking to do a full band thing. If some benefactor were to step up and say, "Yeah, I'll assume the risk," then of course we'd do it more often.
You know what's interesting is that there are venues that are doing these tribute concerts to other, acts, and we have tried to see if they'd like to do Joni Mitchell, and nobody bit on it. It's unbelievable. They go for
Neil Diamond. And
or CSN or something like
Pink
that.
Floyd.
Zeppelin.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me that they wouldn't. And at the Museum of Making Music, which is they put on the NAMM show. It's in San Diego. I mean, it's in not that far from us, and we tried to get in there, which would be the perfect venue, and they just.
So
I don't know. Maybe they.
So most of the shows that we've done, we've had to assume all the risk,
Sure.
and then book the room, book the band, get people to come, and hope that we make more than we spend. But what we really are comfortable doing is just playing the two of us, because then there's no risk.
I mean,
Right.
recently we've done a slew of just house concerts. People just called us up and wanted to do a house concert, and so we can do that too. And
Well,
we love playing.
David's brother Charlie came to hear us a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
and we did a chronology from "Song to a Seagull" through Hajira. We did like three songs off each album, so we did kind of a presentation of Joni's first 7-8 years. So we try to make it kind of educational, talking a bit about the material and where she was in her life and stuff. So, so that's been a fun angle, is kind of showing the trajectory of this artist, just going almost vertical from her beginnings. But of course, "Song to a Seagull" was pretty wonderful to begin with.
Absolutely.
But it's very
He was working cheap.
Yeah. All right. I have a whole other tangent I'm gonna go off on, but I'm gonna stop myself. But I'm bookmarking in my head for something to talk about later. Boho dance. What do y'all think of this one, Bob?
So this is a continuation of the theme she started with for free and for
Yep.
the roses,
Yep.
where she talks about the contrast of playing in small cafes and clubs and becoming a big star. And not really feeling maybe comfortable in either venue. She says, "Not mine, these glamour gowns, not mine, these
The
streets." Yeah. So it's a beautiful song. And it's based on Thomas Wolfe's The Painted Word.
Mhm.
She references that in the liner notes of the album.
I think it's interesting because all three songs, she was in a different place in her evolution. So by this point, she'd after Court and Spark and that level of success, I think she probably got to see a side of the industry even more so than maybe during the writing of For Free.
Right. All the dressing rooms with all the heroin in it.
Yeah. Chris.
Also has Jesus in it.
Yeah, Jesus is back. I noticed that.
Rich and Grace.
I have. Go ahead, Dave.
This song, only because I this is one of the only one from this record, besides that I really have played all the way through, and Dave, I think it varies a little bit from your guitar arrangement in that the piano is constantly, except where it actually stops and does the, the plants, and then restarts again. It's constantly rolling,
Right.
and in a syncopated way, such that I have to say, if it almost has to be played with the singer, because the singer is what allows you to actually count it. Without having the singer there, it's more difficult to stay in time with this song. I find it very, very difficult to count. And it's one of those few songs that I've just said, how the hell did she hear this in her head before deciding where she would express the vocal, before even writing the and honing the words so that she would have the meter to work with. I don't know how she did it, but again, she talks about Gestalt in the liner notes. This is like what's the word? It's a case in point of Gestalt. This is the way this song works. It just comes together from so many different angles and then just gels completely as one. So in a way that I can't describe. I can't.
To me, this tune contains the hippest chords that she ever used in anything. Just one after another. Like there's this chord that I was playing quite a bit of. They now teach at Berkeley. Oh, I'm out of tune. Oh boy. Sorry, I hit my tuner. There's a new jazz language of harmony that is totally different from what jazz sounded like in the 50s and 60s. And so what you hear on Mingus is sort of 60s New York harmony or 50s New York harmony, but bands like the Yellow Jackets, they use this chord a lot. And Joni was hip to this. She probably didn't know what it was called, but you take a triad. Here's a G major triad, root, third, and fifth, and you take the third down to the second, so you get this. That's a very Joni sound, right? But then you put the third that you took away, you put in the bass. And then you move it around. So this is a really contemporary sound that they're now teaching in jazz schools. And here's what 1975 she was writing a song using that chord over and over. And then the sound of the minor 11 chord. Very beautiful. And so her writing in this tune was about as jazz as it ever got.
I remember sitting down back, in the late 70s, and I said, I think I'm going to just try to figure that one out, And I couldn't make heads or tail on the keyboard where the hell she was or what she was doing or what she was playing together, but it all sounded so completely like it made sense in the simplest way that it was so confounding. It blows me away. It just blows me away.
All right, so Laura has her hand up, and I think David did also.
Well, just how Chris described the music, it really goes along with the lyrics because she's looking for something, and she's not necessarily finding it. She's finding components of something, but it doesn't, exactly go with the boho dance. She's outside of the boho dance. And, then she talks about where you can't escape the boho dance, that there's something that keeps you there in the boho dance. And she talks about the priest too, which kind of goes back to the song The Priest on Ladies of the Canyon. And, about the pornographic watch and, that it doesn't go with your uniform, and so it's almost like the muse was taking Joni somewhere else in her her musical progression, her musical maturity or what have you, toward jazz, which, is where she started out, as a young woman with the album. I forget the name of the people with the song "Twisted" on it, and jazz, so she's kind of going back to her jazz, but it's going to be something different. And, it's like she says, the streets were never really mine. So it's like the straight streets or the things that were already sort of set in stone were never hers. And she, was a folk artist, but it was never really hers, and this whole album, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, why I really love it is because she's heading in that direction. She's sort of coming out of the closet, if you will, of hiding her jazz, and she's coming into some sort of fullness that's really beautiful and is outside of the boho dance, but yet has components of it still.
But think about the growth in her piano playing from My Old Man to that in 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's astonishing the sophistication in the writing in her piano music, pretty much starting with For the Roses, but really by the time of Court and Spark and this album, just astonishing sophistication and a completely different language than her guitar writing. Now, she was always searching for chords by changing the tunings, but her ear kept leading her back to diatonic harmony. So if you listen to, Night Ride Home, that whole album, she's in, non-standard tuning, but the kind of chords she's playing are still 1-6-2-5. But at this time, she was not bound by that. She was really letting her ear lead the way. And she was finding on the piano these sounds. And I think Paprika Plains would be the ultimate flowering of this, where she just trusted her hands to go interesting places. And she was actually encouraged by Jaco, I think, to do this, to become a fearless improviser. And that's much harder to do on the guitar if you don't really know the fretboard. You can't just be a fearless improviser. So if you're bound by familiar chord shapes, then you're bound by them. But on the piano, she wasn't bound by familiar chord shapes. So I'm a big proponent of Joni's piano writing as being her most interesting harmonic work.
And like you said earlier, she gets so much attention for the guitar that I love that it keeps getting brought up how the piano playing needs to get a spotlight on it too. One of my favorite things about this song is it a flute and a flugelhorn both in this one?
Yeah, I think it's Bud Shank and
Chuck Findley.
Chuck Findley. Yeah, we almost actually used Chuck Findley on our album. The trumpet player that I'd called, he was going through a divorce. And he said, "I don't know, man, if I can make it. Call Chuck Findley. He knows this music." And everybody's available. You can hire anybody because there's so little work these days for studio musicians. So for a minute, we were going to use Chuck Findley.
The textures they add are just breathtaking.
Yeah.
All right, Sue?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the lyrics, because anytime I hear this song, I think of a group of people I hung out with, like in late high school, early 20s, who were so obsessed with the whole Jack Kerouac, bohemian, like writing the great American novel type of stuff, and we're so caught up in that. And they were, we were, I idolized Joni, but a lot of the people I hung out with thought Dylan was it,
Mm-hmm.
and this whole the whole thing of the Rolling Thunder where he had Allen Ginsberg with him, in the tour of it, and and unfortunately that genre, didn't have a lot of staying power in my opinion. I mean, it was it was a time, it was like a capsule in time, but a lot of people really loved that whole vision of getting on the road and being the Dharma bums. You read a lot of Eastern religion, and
I feel like the romance of that era long outlasted the quality of the writing.
exactly. No, that's what I'm talking about. And I think that when she's talking about don't you get sensitive on me because I know you're just too proud. You won't step outside this thing, even if good fortune allowed. And that's what it was like, it was like, there were a couple of really great songwriters who I hung out with who, just wanted to do the busking thing and didn't really want to take it anywhere else. And, it was kind of sad in a way.
Not to be cynical, but a lot of the people I knew that were into the same thing, they needed to carry around those books to appear interesting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was just like a weird thing, and
it was like almost like an ornament or an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was like a cult in a way. But but I think that that could be played out in all kinds of different fads, I guess, and whatever, because you're gonna die for the cause kind of thing, But but she was a different kind of artist. I mean,
she actually was one.
I mean, they like to compare her to Dylan, in certain ways, but I think she's so much better than him. Hello, okay, don't throw anything,
Oh, I'm gonna throw you a high five. That's about it. Mark, I see your hand is up, and then we'll go to Bob.
Well, that was a high five for Sue.
Yeah, high five. Dylan, who? No, I'm just
Me too. Well, I've never read The Painted Word, but my understanding is that the boho dance in the book it's about the art world, and it's about the dance between the artists and the sellers, I believe. And so I think what she's talking about here is these players or singers, like you said, Sue, that only want to be buskers or whatever. They have this disdain for commercial success. And she's kind of saying, it's like For the Roses, like you said, Jeremy, at the beginning. It's this balance, this thing that she brings her things that she really can't give up this yet, but she really doesn't like it, and she's not going to play to the commercial taste. She's going to do what interests her and what she wants to do, and she's doing this record that gets panned by the critics. It still sells quite a few albums, but it's kind of the beginning of this turning away from Joni for a lot of people, I think. But it's this whole, the priest with a pornographic wife. Yeah, you say you don't want it, but you're eyeing it,
You can't get it out of your eye.
Yeah, this commercial success. Well, no, I don't want it. Maybe. So she's just kind of playing this whole thing of commercialism versus pursuing your own vision or whatever.
So commerce versus authenticity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down
Meanwhile, she's about to move into a large house in Bel Air.
She already has, hasn't she, at this point? I mean,
Well, yeah, sure. At this point.
All right, so then we have Bob, then David.
So the pornographic watch is a real thing. I saw this pop up on eBay because they referenced Joni Mitchell. It was a watch, a regular watch with a monk that had the minute hand was his hand and the hour hand was his genitalia that would go around. And they said, here's a priest with a pornographic watch.
I remember a discussion about this on the list, and I always thought that was what it was referring to, and somebody else said, "Well, no, it's his watch. It's the way he sees things, or something."
And I don't know. It was a real great big cock going around the watch face, and he didn't want to look at it, but he can't help it, because the poor priest.
Well,
Come on,
parental advisory.
It's 69 o'clock somewhere.
Like that damn rocket of Jeff Bezos. My God, if there's anything more phallic, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, really.
And we're here on Phonogenics 101. All right, David.
I want to say two things. First, about the pornographic watch. If anybody wants to get me a birthday present, I would. They go back centuries. They're as old as watchwork, because anytime you want to have rhythmic action, you can memorize that in one hand. You can get a very old pornographic watches. But the other thing is about the boho dance, and I mostly want to refer people to JoniMitchell.com, and there's a really nice little essay under this song about Tom Wolfe and the boho dance. And one of the things it talks about is the movement between the two, the movement between the cellar and the meaning. It's a play on words. The cellar where the music happens, and the seller who's selling the art. That is that movement that's kind of so. It makes things happen, and she goes there. She goes from her place to the boho zone in the beginning of this song, and this isn't the best song for it, but I just kind of want to plant this now and talk about Joni and the I Ching, and her whole focus or theme of the changes between one thing and the other that are so essential. And Sue, we can do this someday. We're gonna I Ching out. So.
All right. Do we have any other? Dave?
Is boho a conflation of Soho and Bohemian?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Or both north and south of Houston.
Oh, yeah.
And once again, we're not in Night in the City anymore, are we here?
Yeah.
All right, Bob. How many people did I cut anybody off? I'm sorry.
A Mighty Five covers of Boho Dance. Again, on the Reprise tribute CD, Bjork covered it in 2007. So 32 years after the record came out, it was finally got covered.
How was her version?
Huh?
How was Bjork's version?
It was fine. Yeah, it was good. I'm not a Bjork fan. I'm sure you are.
No, I'm not a Bjork fan.
No. So the other one significant is Glenn Hansard did it at the Joni 75 concert. It's not on the album, it's on the DVD. And Glenn Hansard is a huge Joni fan.
He sang Down in the Desert.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
No.
At the Joni 75, Down in the Desert.
I wonder if they fixed that for the DVD.
No, they didn't. Well,
we haven't. No, have we seen the DVD?
Well, I went and saw. Did anyone go see the movie?
I did. Yes.
Yeah, it still had Down in the Desert.
He sang that instead of which line?
Down in the cellar.
Down in the cellar.
Oh, he sang Down in the Desert?
That changes everything.
With a horse with no name.
Yeah.
Big fail. Yeah, the only thing oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did you, Sue, catch the... Oh, you're muted.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
But with Joni sitting there in the crowd, embarrassing.
Yeah.
Cellar's a hard word, though, referring to music, because, the whole idea of, chitlin cellars and things like that, it means a lot to certain groups of musicians. that might take exception to rich white artists claiming that they performed in the kinds of cellars that, you know, blues musicians and jazz musicians had to endure back in days. So there might have been a sensitivity for that. Maybe that's why.
I don't think the Hard Time Band was playing in the middle of the desert, though.
We had it because we posted our hissing of summer lawns on YouTube, and there was a black man that commented on.
We don't know if he was black. He just commented on.
I think he was black. I think I saw his.
Oh, well, all the club we played had photographs of famous jazz musicians behind us, which were mostly black.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody commented on the YouTube something like, "Oh yeah, you know, here you are all white, but there's black jazz musicians behind you," or something. And I'm thinking, and your point is, you know, we're doing a tribute to a white artist.
His point was that it was being jazz, it was black influenced.
Well, that's kind of obvious, but it was just a strange internet kind of thing. Like, what wedge are you trying to drive here? You know,
you should have just said that Art Nouveau is on his way there. He'll be there any minute.
Trolls don't have any, you know, there's all types of trolls.
When anyone leaves a negative comment on any of my podcasts, I just delete them. Not in my world.
Get rid of it.
Not in my world, baby. Yeah, so Bob, the only thing I ever liked that Bjork did was she wrote a Madonna song, and that's about as deep as my fandom for her goes.
Never a fan.
It's kind of annoying. I am interested in her version of Boho Dance.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about two lines in the song. The cleaner's press was in my jeans, but any eye for detail caught a little lace along the seams. And yet later she says, finds a lady in a Paris dress with runs in her nylons. It's like in the first one, she's scrambling in the streets, but she has the lace in the jeans. And in the next one, she's wearing a Paris dress and has runs in her nylons. So she's like, I don't really give a shit that much about the Paris dress and the nylons.
But that wasn't referring to herself with the runs.
You don't think so?
No,
I thought that was somebody else for sure.
The camera
I thought it was her.
And finds a lady in a Paris dress. I don't think it was her.
It's completely her.
You think so?
All right, let's take a vote. That's vote time, baby. The lady in the Paris dress. Who says it was Joni?
The right people, the correct people say it's Joni.
Who says it was not Joni?
No.
She says at the end, you know, not mine, not mine. These.
I prefer
It weren't hers either.
David says, "Stop the steal." This vote was. This vote was tainted. Recount. I need a recount.
Well, let's say I'm unconvinced by the majority.
Me either, David.
Yeah.
And Laura's thinking, "What have I gotten into here?"
Sue, what do you think?
Laura?
What do you think, Sue?
I think that you're right that it's, you know, it's somebody else at the party, you know.
Yeah, a camera pans the scene and finds a lady with runs on her nylons.
That's her. And finds.
No, it's not her.
Yes, it is.
She's the camera.
Why does it belong in the song?
Yeah.
The purpose doesn't serve.
I feel Joni's the camera.
She's the observer.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at
No,
the
I'm
full
not
song
convinced.
again to see. But
What?
It has to. She puts things in for a reason, and I think it's her. I think it's.
I feel strongly both ways. I really do.
Not mine is glamour down. I mean, by saying that the beats aren't hers and the glamour down's not hers, she's saying I was the one who's wearing it, but it's not me.
But I still got runs in my nylons. I don't care.
Listen, everyone.
Her reference to herself is talking about the cleanest press in her jeans.
Yeah.
That was her reference to
No,
herself.
that's her earlier self when she was on the scuffle.
All right, I have to admit, coronavirus messed up the whole world. I don't understand anything about the world anymore, but I can't handle Joni Mitchell being the one that runs in her nylons.
Yeah.
I can't
Oh,
go there.
With a lady with a hole in her stocking.
the lady with the hole in her stockings, yes.
Yeah, it increases the sensitivity of the feeling.
Stockings and some jukebox jive. I mean, she talks about it all the time.
So everyone in Joni Mitchell's song needs new stockings. And don't trust Shaka Khan with a secret. Those are the two things we've learned on this podcast.
Yes, for her 78th birthday.
Nothing is capsulized in me
On either side of town.
on either side of town.
Right.
Chris, is your hand up?
My hand is up because what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring us down along the jet sound of the jet engine down to the Idlewild Airport in New York City.
All right. So we're stepping outside of the cellar or desert, depending on which event you're at. And we are moving over to Harry's house.
Oh,
So, who wants to start talking about Harry? Because nothing's any good.
Some of the
One of
best,
the best songs ever written about New York City, that's for sure.
It feels so New York.
I have a question of interpretation. I was reading up on this, and a lot of people are saying that it ends with her asking for a divorce that morning, and I never read it that way.
Well, oh yeah, of course she
She was
did.
just telling him what to do with Harry's.
She's out of there.
told him what he could do
Totally
with
out of
Harry's house and Harry's
Yeah.
take on it.
David, I was worried. I thought you were going to be like, Joni Mitchell's Harry. No, I'm just kidding.
So I'll just say, okay. So I always thought it was just that she basically has been telling him what to do since she came out of that pool all oiled and shining. She's been telling him what to do with his house and what to do with his money all that time. And she did it again this morning. So I never read that as this morning she said, get the fuck out. But that is a Joni Mitchell, what do you call that? It's added on. It's another layer of meaning to it. And, that she says just what he can do it. So, I get that meaning that it's become meaner over the years. But I didn't get the sense that she had actually said it's over.
Yeah. She asked for a divorce, and then he goes to this business meeting in New York with all the paper-rounded mails, and realizing that this is what's his fate, while he's doing all the accounting and stuff he's doing.
David, you make an interesting point, because to tell him like she did today, she's coming out of the pool and she's saying that to tell him like she did today.
Yeah.
So she said it to him back then, apparently. So what was she doing? Was she playing with him? Was she teasing him? Was she saying, no, I don't want to marry you. I don't care about any of that shit, when she's trying to reel him in?
To tell him like she did today. I think she uses that phrase, to tell him like she did today, as if this is the end of how the story ends. She's wrapping it up. This is the logical conclusion to where the story is ending for this set of characters.
Yeah, but she's saying, shining as she reeled him in.
That's a memory. That's a memory.
Like
from
she's
years
taught
past.
Parenthesis
to tell him
to only to
reeling him to tell him like she did today, just what he could do with Harry's house and Harry's take-home pay. It's both times.
Well, the way I always read that was that all of that sort of theater of courtship and the life that they shared together, which was empty and two-dimensional, was parenthetically only to tell him like she did today what he could do with Harry's house and Harry's take-home pay. That was the end of the story. That was how we got here.
What you can do is shove it up your ass and get the fuck out.
Yeah.
But she doesn't say get the fuck out. I mean, literally, that is not in the text.
Well,
She just
literally not.
I'm being persuaded by David and Mark. I'm being persuaded by David and Mark because it kind of goes along with some of the other characters in the album who are stuck.
Hey.
You know,
I always felt like she was stuck and not going anywhere.
so
Oh.
I'm so sick of this sofa. Get me a new one.
Yeah, but she wants that new sofa.
I love that line.
And it might not be
I'm
a
sure
demand for divorce either.
It
Oh, yeah.
reminds me a lot of the arrangement, the song "The Arrangement."
Me too. Yes, I thought that. I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't say anything. So I'm glad you agree. All right, I saw Dave and then Bob.
I was just going to mention that the word shining is one of her shorthand words, I think, that she uses in a lot of songs. She uses the word golden as well to mean youth and beautiful, and it's in Otis and Marlena, and but I off the top of my head can't think of all the songs with shining in right now, but I think there are at least 4 or 5 of them.
Well, shiny toys.
Well, just you know how she has certain words that she comes back to.
Yeah,
that's definitely one of her favorites.
I think it's gonna be just like ever since one of the other discussions when we talked about what Joni songs have a bridge. Every time the word shining comes up, I'm gonna be like, oh, check mark.
Even made a whole album called Shine.
Yeah, true. All right, Bob, then David.
Laura Antonioli, who some of us know, a friend of mine who I contracted to come down to Greenville for my Joni Fest, did a medley of the arrangement and Harry's House, which was pretty brilliant because the two songs really made up and butt up together very well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Laura, you were there.
Yeah.
Sue, you
It
were
was
there.
awesome.
I wish I was there because that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I didn't invite you, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Only because I didn't know you.
David.
If we think of Centerpiece as kind of a dream sequence or drifting back to the memory, how successful does everybody think that is?
I think it's a little ironic interjection. I mean, it's this kind of romantic song, but in the context of Harry's House, it's like she's an object. You're my centerpiece.
That whole idealized relationship, though, is so forced down both of their throats.
Right? Yeah.
So it's brilliantly persuasive. I
Yeah.
think.
Somebody on the, again, I just read this today, I think. Somebody said, well, the centerpiece is actually the sofa. So that whole interlude is actually an ode to the sofa. And it's really, it's funny. I mean, check it out. It's an amusing interpretation.
Why not? I'm sure I'm sick of that sofa. I'm as sick of that sofa as I am of this marriage, this guy. I'm out of here.
Okay, if I'm totally wrong, don't make fun of me. But the same person that wrote Centerpiece did Twisted, right?
And it came out in what, 59? So this is another time reference, like Unchained Melody in
Bye Bye Love.
Yeah,
but Annie Ross wrote the words to Twisted, and John Hendricks wrote Centerpiece.
Okay.
I just hear it as a.
They're both in Lambert, Hendricks, and Ross, which was the group that she was in love with when she was young.
So it's interesting she brought them back from this album from the last one.
There it is.
There it is. Amazing.
Thank you.
All right, Bob.
It's pretty
So
standard.
I mean, you hear this song in the middle of what is going on with this couple, and you realize this song was maybe their song when it came out.
Oh,
yeah.
You know,
I take that.
and she's in the pool. She looks gorgeous. Her body is perfect and toned and tan. And it's like, baby, my centerpiece. You know, the more I'm with you, the more.
And now
I wanna build my life around you. My happiness will never cease. All this.
now
was
all
their
she does
song.
is say, "When are you gonna be home, Harry?"
Yeah, this was their song. And this is what he's reflecting on because she's asked him for a divorce while he went away on this business trip. And the only other thing I'll say is the helicopter lands on the Pan Am roof like a dragonfly on a tomb. I mean, is one of the best lyrics of this album.
Oh yeah.
Great. It's a great simile. Great simile.
Some wonderful lines in it. You know, caught up at the lights in the fishnet windows of Bloomingdale.
Oh, wow. It's, again, nonstop. Every lyric is brilliant. Every word is flawless.
Do what I love is the "Well at home there," how she just turns the lyric around that little part there.
Somebody found a Google image of the helicopter landing on the Pan Am roof.
Oh, wow.
Looks just like that.
So here's the question. When she's saying get down from there, is she talking about pets or kids?
Oh, kids, yeah.
Kids, yeah, I think kids.
Kids. Maybe Harry himself. No.
Kids, but I think she practiced yelling at the cats to get it.
Yeah, I think Harry was gone most of the time, and she was fed up with that.
Yeah.
She was left alone with the kids.
When are you going to be home, Harry?
Nothing's any good.
Can you picture Joni in the vocal booth, like doing those vocals? You know, she had a good time.
Oh, sure. Because she realized what she could have been trapped in.
Yeah. So, did anyone cover this? And when they did they have a centerpiece in the middle?
Yes, 6 covers, so not a lot. Starting in 1982, which wasn't too late after this record in 75, and Haggis. And I also referenced the Laurie Antonioli cover with where she merged the arrangement into the mix. So not a popular cover. I mean, these songs are complex and not easy songs. So most folks will, let's go to Blue. Let's go to to Clouds.
Joni dropped doing the centerpiece portion of it in a lot of her solo.
Yeah, she did. I mean, one of the things that was so amazing to me was in the 90s, in between Turbulent Indigo and Taming the Tiger, when she was doing all those like TV shows and stuff.
Right.
She played Harry's House on, I think, David Letterman or something like that. And it was just so amazing to hear the guitar and hear her play it.
Yeah, it really was. I think she did it a couple times.
And I was so surprised that she was performing. Like, here's Joni Mitchell performing Harry's House. I was shocked at the time.
It was so amazing.
Joni.
She definitely brought out some interesting songs during that little era there.
Yeah, she did Moon at the Window acoustic,
I know,
which was really beautiful. And then she was introducing Crazy Cries of Loves, but it was called
Love Cries.
Love Sweet Love's Cries, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't really complete yet, which, yeah, she did that a lot in her earlier in her career, when she would bring out like a half-written song. Like she did that for Cactus Tree, and I'm trying to think of the other one. That was a really great song, but she just started it, and
All I Want, she did it.
Yeah, she did it with All I Want, right? Yeah, that was just so amazing.
You did Harry's House on the Rosie O'Donnell show, right?
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, it was one of those TV shows I know.
Bring the 90s back, please.
Yeah, I know.
All right, do we have any other thoughts on Harry's House? We had a very spirited debate. We've debated boho dance, and now we've debated Harry's House. All right, but we have 2 songs left. The next one, Sweet Bird, later called Sweet Bird of Youth, correct? When on the Refuse or the Roads video.
Has been, yeah.
This is just such a how old was she here? 31?
Yeah.
Writing about aging at the ripe old age of 31. I can barely remember 31 at this point. All right, what do you all think of this song?
It's gorgeous. It's perfect. It's beautiful. I love it.
It's a real grower. It's
wow.
over 45 years. This tune has grown bigger and bigger and bigger for me.
Yeah, me too.
All right, Laura, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, this is one of my very favorite songs. It's very philosophical, and it's almost like everything in life keeps coming back to this song. Like nobody can get close enough to really know. And I think she might have been on the beach, when she conceived this song, and that the beach was the borderline. She mentioned cities under the sand, and the sweet bird. She sings a lot about seagulls, and which is kind of funny because I was having a late night conversation with Kaloran, her daughter, on Facebook, and she's got a great sense of humor. And she said, instead of song to a seagull, she said song to a shithawk, because that's more like the seagulls really are, they'll dive bomb you and everything else. But I've always thought that this song was like she was sunbathing, and when you sit up from sunbathing a long time in the sun, you feel like you're vanishing. And it's a blood flow to your brain and all that. But yeah, this is it's just a real powerful song for me, about life in general.
Behind our eyes, calendars of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
I lay down golden in time. Yeah, I could see that. Laying down on the
Emphasis on beauty jars. Oh, I can't relate to that. No.
Dude, I love too, for so much aside too, we're saying this is a different New York City than Song to a Seagull. Well, this is certainly a different beach than side 2 of Song to a Seagull.
It always makes me think of the circle game because of the earth spinning and the sky forever rushing. And to me, that I think of the carousel of time. Except now it's the earth, it's the entire earth spinning and the sky forever rushing. It's like this even more urgent type of thing.
Yeah, the line guesses based on what each set of time and change is touching. That's the sky rushing and the earth, all the changes that go on, and the guesses at most. We really don't know.
I love the chord, how the chord changes at the very last few measures. Does it go from major to minor, or is it just a chord change?
I think it is minor.
It goes to minor, but it was minor before.
Okay.
But I just wanted to mention that, and this just occurred to me actually, but this song fades in and it fades out. And what a metaphor that is.
Yeah.
I was going to say that my remark on this was going to be how curiously ambient this song is compared to everything else. I mean,
it's almost way too quiet when it's coming in. You reach for the dial and want to turn it up, and then it finally comes in. But I wonder if the notion of a fade in and a fade out was, well, that she even mentions that fade into, what is the lyric? Into everyone's hand.
Fading in everyone's hand.
Oh, fading.
Our ideals and beauty fading in everyone's hand.
But it's a song about fading, and here she fades.
It takes a long time to fade in too. Like it's a slow fade in.
Well, that's like waking up in the sun on the beach, and kind of being hazy and the sudden realization, I lay down golden in time and woke up vanishing.
There's a real sensual, textural feeling to it. You kind of almost, everyone here is describing it, that sense of feeling, when you perhaps are coming to a conscious awakening of some type, and you're sensing where you are, the movement of the air around you, all of that kind of realization of where and who you are at that moment. And, she talks about what is time and what is, what is present and what does it mean? And, what did it mean? It's curiously ambient, this song. It's in a way that I don't recall many songs before it that weren't psychedelic in some way, sort of reaching here. And this was doing it in a way that sort of brought me to a cosmetic place, not to a sense of mindfulness.
It's interesting because we're back to Joni kind of with the guitar and the voice centered again. But it's such a different vibe than Joni with your guitar and voice centered from any album before. All right, so we have David and Laura have their hands up.
All right. I wanted to. This is another song that is very I Ching-y, and I say it because she does use the I Ching. And if I were to interview Shomi, that's the question I want to ask her, is how she uses the I Ching. But just the phrase "guesses based on what each set of time and change is touching" is just so I Ching-y to me. But I also have a question for the actual musicians. What is going on in that middle piece with the strange rhythm? It's just gorgeous, and if anybody could talk about that, I can only say that's pretty, and I would really like to know more than that.
Well, there's a 3/4 bar in there, so it goes into this kind of light jazz swing feel, but there's a hiccup every 4 bars. There's a 3/4 bar in there, so it drops a beat, and then the piano is playing this da 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 da, these triplets against it. So the Barnaby, who's a brilliant piano player in our band, he was really struggling to play this rhythm that I'd written out, and because it's a triplet in the weirdest place. And so anyway, that's just a very quirky thing that you point out, David, about the tune. And when I saw the version that she did in '83 on The Refuge of the Road, she retains all of that, and Vinnie Colaiuta's playing that 3/4 bar, so it's a feature. It's also, apart from Night in the City, the only song I can think of where she plays piano and guitar.
Oh.
There may be another one, but that's all I can think of where she's on both.
I'm actually surprised she never performed that with Blade.
Mm-hmm.
I would think Blade would have been a good drummer for this song.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have Laura, then Sue.
That 4/4 to 3/4 kind of reminds me of the way the seagull flies.
Oh,
way they flap their wings. Another thing that strikes me is the "give me some time," the plea, I feel like I'm losing mine. And, Joni's age at this particular point in time, where she is kind of transitioning from youth into middle age. And, then of course the full title, Sweet Bird of Time and Change. It's definitely a song about time and being reflective on one's life.
Is Sweet Bird of Youth also a title from Tennessee Williams? Is that?
Yes, Tennessee Williams played Sweet Bird of Youth.
Is there? I'm not familiar with Tennessee Williams' work with that title. Is there anything about that particular work that would
really? I mean, at one point, so it's an aging film. The plot is an aging film queen shacking up with her gigolo, and everything else happens all around them. And the gigolo's getting older. The film queen is, she's just made her comeback. And at one point, she does say, we had youth. Don't be ashamed of it. You had youth. You had beauty, but that's kind of. It's a tragedy. It's a Williams, and then there's all this incest and miscegenation and all this other crap going on, but it is kind of about the loss of youth and the power of youth.
All right, Sue.
I'm glad that you brought up that the middle part of the song, the instrumental, and I tried to play that a couple times, and it's really difficult. But I also want to talk about the singing. It's almost like a keening, that she's singing over that, and it's very difficult to play it the way she's playing it. But now that you've described it, Dave, I'm going to try again, see if I can do it. But,
Well, as I remember, it's a 4-bar phrase, and the third bar is a 3/4 bar, and which is not that weird. But when you hear how she's improvising these nice piano chords against that time, it's very disorienting, because it just seems like there's this hiccup, and then one crashes in.
And I think that's what I try to do when I'm playing it. I'm trying to imitate that hiccup by a slap, And,
well, it feels like the tune speeds up, but it actually doesn't. But because it goes into a swing feel,
Can you play something?
it feels like it's accelerating and then has to slow down again. It's very strange interlude, and about as far away from her prior music as you can get at that point.
So sophisticated, really. So brave to follow up a commercial hit with a construction like this.
I feel some of the atmospherics of the song a little bit are a little glimpse of what we have coming up next too.
But let's just mention about the atmospherics, that the texture, as Chris was saying, it's pretty much transparent. It feels like it's lighter than air.
Yeah.
He called it ambient, but this tune never really locks down, and that, of course, is a metaphor of vanishing.
The only place it comes close to locking down is when the slide guitar comes in, Golden in Time. That's the only place where it starts to, you get the sense there might be an anchor of some sort grounding us there.
But those eerie backing vocals and the drifty piano and the reverb and everything, it's very, very, very floating and gossamer light. And I just think that this is all part of, if you were writing a song about your beauty and your youth vanishing, how would you do that? Well, apart from lyrically, you'd do it with making the music vanish too.
Mm-hmm. Can I say one more thing? Because I was when I listened to the song, I'm reminded of another cinematic type of event, which is the movie Altered States had this kind of a vignette towards the end of the movie where there's all this sand like blowing, and there's the two stars are kind of like melting into the sand. Like, it was a very surrealistic movie. And every time I hear this song, I think of that image of them just disappearing in the sand. Yeah. It's a really incredible, and it goes on
me out right now.
Huh?
You're freaking me out.
I love that movie.
Only because it's great. But what I was going to say, if I had any courage, but now you've given it to me, was that this song was something I used to think about. And I've only done this a couple of times in my life, but I did an acid trip. And I swear I felt the molecules of air passing through my body. And this is what this song would orally project to me, was that same type of feeling. So I can't believe you just said that, because that's exactly what that scene also reminded from the movie also did for me.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It was the line, "The earth spinning and the sky forever rushing," that got me when I was in an altered state once. And the sky had these colors in it that looked like a Maxfield Parrish painting. The sky was blue and the clouds were kind of pinkish, and I was looking up, and I think this bird flew right over me at some point. Oh. It just made me think of that song.
All right, David, your hand was up.
Yeah, just wanted to say, I believe the song was originally written on spec for shampoo. So it was written for the movie Shampoo, but wasn't.
Oh, interesting.
Poor Joni just never got those songs in those movies, did she?
Mm-mm.
They were too good for them.
They were too good.
Except
Oh,
for
I think she said
This
it
one was for
told the
sure.
whole story. That why see the movie after you've heard the theme song if this is the theme song?
All right. Bob, do we have any covers of Sweet Bird?
We have a massive 5 cover of Sweet Bird, started in 1977 by Lanny Hall, who was Mrs. Herb Alpert,
Huh.
who was also the first one to cover the Banquet, if you all remember that from our For the Roses discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It was also covered on the Herbie Rivers Joni album that won him a Grammy.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm really
So-
surprised there's so
Sang
few
it.
because it seems so. Why do you think there's so few? Because it's a beautiful song and it seems.
The middle section, everyone's like, can't touch it.
I agree, David, but I'm not a recording artist, so I can't do it. I can just document who does it.
Yeah. All right. So we're moving on 5 hours later.
New record.
Yeah, this breaks the record for all of my podcasts. This will be the longest one we've ever done. So the ARP synthesizer, I guess Joni borrowed it from Vangelis. Was that his name?
Vangelis.
Or Vangelis? Okay. Vangelis.
Chariots of Fire?
Yeah. I know so little about him. I've never said his name out loud till now. That's how much I know. But I do know that synthesizer is an interesting choice. So we have a generally a cappella song. The first one since Fiddle and the Drum. And those are her only 2, right?
Yeah, unless you include Try Another with the Cigarette Machine.
Let's not. No, just I actually love that song. Yeah, Shadows and Light. This is a deep song, which is so under. So Bob, you're doing your one-liners you're distilling Hissing in Summer Lawns each song into one line. So what's the one line? What is Shadows and Light?
It's about dichotomy and differences.
I'm tired, so I don't even know where to start with this one, but I know I've many times like been in my feelings, and this song just touches on so much personal and so much sociological, and what we've experienced in the last few years, there's a lot of relevance in our lyrics here. All right, David, dare to start this one off because someone has to.
And this is my least favorite song on the album, and I think if there's any flaw that I see in this album, from the very get-go, a little. So I'll just start off with that. But of course, it's a beautiful song. Joni's a genius. This is a perfect album. It's fabulous. But I just have always thought it was a little too.
Dave.
I think I sort of know what David's saying. I think maybe I would put it that it's a bit grandiose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not something that we normally hear from her. It feels like it was done in a way that if somebody else produced her, they do it that way, with the big choir and the strings and the big drama and everything. But that doesn't feel like how her music really is. So it is striking because it's out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Even allowing for the synth. In 1975, little aside here, that the only option besides real strings was the mellotron, which had been around since 1965. And that's the sound you hear on Nights in White Satin and Bridge Over Troubled Water, and it's a very kind of spooky, warbly kind of string sound. And then the ARP string ensemble was a kind of attempt to make a string machine. And then a bunch of other companies started doing it, Korg, and it wasn't until 1981 or so that like fairly good sounding string pads became available. Now I actually have this collection of instruments as plugins that are vintage string machines. So I actually have the ARP string ensemble and the Krumar and the all the different competing string machines that now are they're kind of cute because they sound so weird.
Right.
But that was kind of all there was besides the Mellotron, and Mellotrons were pretty popular in Europe, but they weren't that common in the States. So there wouldn't have been one in A&M, but there would have been, the ARP. So I don't know why she didn't just bring in a string section. She had the. I don't know why she didn't bring in a choir. She did it all herself. And maybe she just preferred it that way, but
in Shadows and Light, she had
the Persuasions.
Yeah.
Well, that was on the tour, on the tour, but on this album it was herself. And I don't understand why she'd cut a corner like that, because it never sounds as good stacking yourself as it does to have multiple singers.
And didn't Led Zeppelin use the Mellotron on the Rain song? So that's where I knew that from.
Mellotron was a hugely popular instrument in prog rock. I mean, Yes and Genesis and all about the Mellotron. But before that, it was used as a quick substitute for sound effects in television shows. If you remember the original Mission Impossible show from '66. They used the Mellotron extensively, and it wasn't just strings and choirs that it had. It also had little sound effects and things in it, and it was all based on tapes, right? You had a tape for every note of the keyboard going. It was a loop of it wasn't even a loop. It was a 7-second long strip of tape, and the minute you pressed a key down, the tape started running by a playback head until it ran out. And then it would spring back. So you could only hold a note for 7 seconds. And it was originally recorded real strings, but by the time it had gone through 5 generations of tape loss and stretching and motor speed drift and everything, it became this super eerie kind of sound. So now it's revered for its kind of strange. I use Mellotron all the time in my stuff, but I grew up with Genesis and Yes, and I love that sound. But anyway, going back to this song, she's oddly cheap sometimes when she could have just had the guy that Dale Oler that did Shades of Scarlet just said, can you bring in a string section for this song?
Dave, we're going to have the same conversation when we get to Shine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To me, the synthesizer on Shadows and Light never really made me think of strings, though, Dave. It makes me think more of like an electronic organ or something.
It was that bad, yeah. It was.
And to me, it sounds more like a church organ or.
It was called the ARP String Ensemble. So it was intending to sound like strings.
I just felt at the time she was trying to be. It was cutting edge for the time.
The reviews said this exact phrase: finds Mitchell thrashing about experimentally. The words that they used, thrashing about, and I guess that was a bit of take on the swimming, the backstroke centerfold too. Thrashing about experimentally.
All right, so we have Sue, and then Chris, and then Laura. But before we do that, I just want to say interesting foreshadowing here that before the album even comes out, judges of all expression, critics in black and white, and that's something from the release of this album to Well, at least till Shine, something Joni struggled with, because she seems to be in a better place now with her views on the critics, but it was dark for a while. All right, so we'll do Sue, Chris, Laura, then Bob.
Yeah, so I think that she wrote this song on guitar because she played it
Oh,
at the concert for the Whales on guitar.
and on the last waltz when you get the expanded edition.
Yes, right. And I thought it sounded really great when she played it on guitar. But I really love that concert for the Whales. It was like a couple of weeks before Hejira came out, so it was just her, Jocko, and Bobby Hall on percussion.
Wow.
And I mean, it's a really great concert.
Oh,
there's
I
some
know
YouTube
the one you're
clips on
talking
my
about.
there's some YouTube clips on my YouTube page that have the whole concert on it. Although I left out the Fred Neil song, but yeah, I mean, I think this song is really amazing, and the whole duality. You remember they used to call Joni the Lady of Duality on the JMDL,
Mm-hmm.
which is funny because the song before it, Sweet Bird, is kind of non-dual, So it's just an interesting. Her whole. I mean, I can understand why people would think it's probably the weakest song on the album, but I find it fascinating. And I do enjoy that acoustic version a lot better.
I had to check that out. I bought that last waltz expanded and listened to it like once and then forgot about it. All right, Chris, is your hand up?
Yeah, I think I think Jeremy, the point that you made about the lines about the critics, I think that there's something there that maybe she thought she was being a little bit preemptive in terms of addressing the idea that you're going to crucify me anyway, so I see it coming. I think that in terms of how she addressed it, though, I agree that I'm not quite sure she got the whole spiritual hymnal thing put together for this particular version. I think she got a lot closer with the persuasions, and in a real gospel sense of it then. But I think she's hit this a little bit more eloquently later on in her career, both with Borderline and with Shine. I think she attacked some of the same thematic points a little bit stronger, I think. But I'm glad it's there. I really, again, this was the song that the last chord disappeared, and the most non-believer of all of us in the car said, "Wow," I mean, it did something. It got a reaction.
I may be alone on this one, but when I was listening to the album on the headphones, her stacked vocals just really did it for me. I don't know. They're so weird. All right, Laura.
Well, initially I didn't like this song on the album. It went somewhere else, to me. And, but, after owning the album for a number of years and listening to the song and listening to it in different arenas, I really think it's a great song for the ending of the album. Where she starts out with "In France They Kiss on Main Street," and it's sort of the change, the coming of rock and roll. And, then she moves it through relationships and difficulties in relationships. And, then she gets really sort of philosophical with Sweet Bird and sort of to a point of that the change is okay, and that nobody really knows. And then she ends up with, the last part of this song is Wrong and Right. Mm-hmm. And the first part is Shadows and Light. And, I was, even though I didn't like the song at first, I was still captured with the first few lines. Every picture has its shadow and it has some source of light. That's so true that, in any piece of art, you can't really see anything unless it has both shadows and light. You know, you have to have that the contrast between the two in order to be able to see. And you know, so at the end of this album, where there's all these contrasted relationships, you know, and the contrast between young and old, you know, she sort of sums it all up for me in this song placed at the end of the album. You know, and it's like God, the devil, blindness, sight, you know, all of these things that if we don't have both, you know, the duality, if we don't have both, then we really can't see. And, you know, she always comes across to me as dealing with things like an artist, you know.
Mhm.
And so this song and where it's located for me is very powerful. And to know that she did it all with her own vocals, you know, that to me, it just makes me love the song even more. You know, even though at first I didn't quite get it, and it seemed a little bit troublesome. It seemed, you know, somebody said it was sort of like a church organ. You know, it was kind of a churchy song to me, and so it didn't really appeal to me. But you know, after years of listening to it and kind of getting deeper and deeper into Joni, and you know, watching the Shadows and Light concert, and you know, thinking of her more as an artist, then this song is really, really awesome.
Somebody asked me once if I could be any place in the history of any time, where would you be? I said at Joni Mitchell's Shadows and Light concert. In that audience.
Not a bad call.
All right, Bob, was your hand up?
No.
Okay. Dave.
But I'm ready to talk. I can talk. I can always talk.
I was just going to say that imagine if Jungle Line had been placed last. That would have given Chris's continuity from In France into Edith very successfully, and we'd have been left with the savage progress of the Jungle Line, you know, fading out on the warrior drums. I think it would have been an excellent final cut.
And
that'd have been ballsy.
Frankly, it would have married very well to Coyote coming up, you know.
Oh yeah.
Because the rhythm would have.
But I mean, it could have also followed on from you know, the dualities in Shadows and Light. If you put that next to last and then had Jungle Line, here's more dualities for you. You know,
just the coupling of those two words, savage progress.
Yeah, it's like Civil War.
Those would be considered opposites by a lot of people. I mean, savage and progress.
Right.
He puts them together, and progress is savage.
Which goes back to They Paved Paradise, right?
And it goes back to the idea of duality.
Yep.
It's become even more savage, I think. You know, there's entire professions vanishing now because of technology, and so you know, that's all in the name of progress, but it doesn't make your lives better necessarily.
They're the wrong ones that should be disappearing. There are some that should.
I feel like progress is a word that always has like an invisible question mark right after it.
Like coal mining, oil drilling.
All right. Well, Bob, who has dared to cover Shadows and Light by Joni Mitchell?
There have been some significant covers, 14 in all. The first one happening in 1980. It was in the German language from Lee Bach. It was not her first Joni cover, but it was the first Joni cover from this album, and it was called Blindheit und Sicht was the name of this cover. Glenn Hansard, who we've heard before tonight, also did this on a Joni tribute that Mojo Records did a couple of years back. Lori Pulio did it with blended it with Ethiopia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A combo, which is very interesting.
That's an interesting combo.
Yeah. Not like the arrangement in Harry's House.
Right. I feel it's like having a salad and a Hershey's bar.
Yeah. Crunch up the chocolate in my salad.
All right. So does anyone else have any thoughts on Shadows and Light or Hissing of Summer Lawns before we wrap it up with our traditional scale of 1 to 10?
My question is this to the group. What do we think between this and Hejira, was there a reaction from Joni that took her away from continuing anything about this record? Because the next record, to my ear, changes so much. The melodies, the arrangements, so much changes. But even the style of where she approaches her writing, from, obviously it's a road album. She's musing as she drives across country. Was there anything that you think was not even wrought about from her muse, but might have been affected by either the critical response or just a critical response, or what she needed to do to?
Yeah, I don't think she really cared about the critics. I think what happened was back when this record was recorded, she and John Guerin were a couple, obviously. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
And they started what was going to be a huge world tour in early '76. It went for 2 months and then was canceled. Joni said because of exhaustion, but it was more likely because she caught John Guerin sleeping with all these women on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So that concert got canceled. And so she figured, okay, I'm on my own. I'm going to be on my own.
But she still had Guerin play on the next album.
Yeah, well, and she had David Crosby and Graham Nash and James Taylor playing on this one.
So here's actually what happened, because Max Bennett told me they were getting ready to go out on the road and do the tour, and she and Guerin had broken up, but they were cool, and Guerin said, "Is it okay if I bring a guest on the tour?" And she said, "Okay." So they show up at the airport, and Guerin, out of this car steps a Joni lookalike.
Oh,
that is Guerin's new girlfriend, and this was just too much, and she just axed the whole tour right then and there.
Well, didn't she? She was on stage and then she just couldn't continue, and she walked off.
I think she did a couple of nights, but yeah. She was so offended by Guerin bringing a brand new girlfriend who looked exactly like her on this tour, and she had to see this person every day. Ooh. That she just decided to can it.
Yeah.
And she went off and wrote a brilliant album instead.
Costs a lot of money to cancel a tour because everybody sues you.
Yeah.
But
one thing I can think of, Chris, is that she moved from the observer back to the first person again.
Right.
And I'm wondering if that was a critical response. But there was also this other stuff that had happened in her life with John Guerin, plus the Rolling Thunder thing and her being hooked on cocaine and getting off of that and making this road trip. And that was, of course, the inspiration and the germination of Hejira. And that was the traveling album. There was also Jaco Pastorius that got added on that record.
Michelle Mercer, I think in her book, Will You Take Me As I Am, she referred to Joni's blue period, which was Blue, For the Roses, Court and Spark, and Hejira, omitting Hissing. And I never understood why, but now I do, because Hissing was a detour away from the introspective sort of self-analyzing songs, and Hejira was a return to that.
Yeah. She said something like, "I didn't want to be your sin eater anymore," when she did Listening in Summer Lawns. So she kind of stepped out of the confessional mode and became the observer.
It's interesting when she turns the lens back on herself, how much personal growth there was between, Court and Spark and then Hijira. And that might be the deepest album ever written, in my opinion, which I've already blocked off like 10 hours of my life to talk about that with you guys.
Indeed, yeah. A whole week.
Yeah.
So Don Juan is probably the logical follow-on from Hissing because of the disparate styles in it and the fearless experiments and all of that. But which Hijira is beautiful and brilliant, but it's not fearless experimenting.
Really cohesive, though.
Right. All right, so let's go around the circle, and then I'm going to pause it. And we'll talk for a couple more seconds after the show's over. But Laura, the tradition is at the very end of the episode, we each rate the album on a scale of 1 to 10. 10's a masterpiece. 1 is a flop. It's all subjective. There's no right or wrong. Let's start with Bob.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a 10. It's a masterpiece. Lyrically, musically, it's brilliant. It was way ahead of its time. I think it's only just now getting appreciated, maybe in the last couple of years. So yeah, definitely a 10.
All right, Dave and Robin.
10.
10.
Mark.
And like I said, this and Hijira,
Dave, did I cut you off? Did you have more to add? I apologize.
No.
Okay, cool. Chris.
Oh, do I have to?
You must.
I'm not giving it a 10. Nope. I'm giving it a 9.9.
Okay. So maybe get out my Moog.
Because of the ARP
I
string.
need some headroom, guys. You got to give me some headroom. I got to get some headroom.
All right, David.
10.
10. Sue.
10.
Laura.
10.1.
Oh!
Big score from us tonight.
A new standard, a new high.
Well, you know what that means. That averages out.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go with Laura and give it a 10.1 as well. There's just no other album in existence like this album. Nothing. There's nothing like this. So I just think it's just a masterpiece. So thank you all. Like I said, I will still talk for a second after I pause it. But thank you all for talking about Joni Mitchell's Hissing in Summer Lawns for, 4 hours, 5. Who knows how long this video is going to be. I'll upload it as soon as I can. I always thank you all for posting it, especially Sue. Thank you for getting it out there. Because then the day after, I'm always so tired and after work, and then it's such a help. But thank you to my Patreon subscribers. Bob, thank you for the Venmo today. That was very thoughtful. I appreciate that. And subscribe to the channel, and we will be back next month with our 20-hour chat for Hijira. Woo!